Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Olùṣẹ̀dá ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, èmi náà mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Látọ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀mí mi, mo júbà rẹ. Ṣùgbọ́n tí mo ríṣẹ́ rẹ̀ nínú ayé mi. Mímọ́ ni ọ́, mímọ́ ni ọ́, mímọ́. Ayé àti ọ̀run sọ̀rọ̀ ògo rẹ̀, à ń fi iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ̀ hàn, ìwọ mímọ́. Mo dáhùn mi pamọ́ gbogbo iṣẹ́ rẹ̀, èmi, ẹ̀mí mi àti ẹ̀mí mi àti ọ̀nígbà gbogbo. Ọba tó wà nípẹ̀kun ọlá, ìpẹ̀kun ògo, ìpẹ̀kun agbára, ìpẹ̀kun ẹwà, ìwọ ni Olúwa. Pípé náà ló jẹ́ Olúwa. Pípé ni ọ́. Ta ló lè yọ kúrò nínú rẹ nígbà tá a ti ẹ̀ mọ̀? Yíyẹ ni ọ́. Yíyẹ ni ọ́. Ọ̀dọ́ àgùntàn tó jókòó sórí tẹ́ ọ. Gbogbo ènìyàn Ọlọ́run gbogbo ẹ rárá ẹni tí gbàdúrà ọ̀dọ̀ rẹ làwọn ìwọ ni títọ́ ni ọ́ gígùn lọ́ba tó jókòó sórí tẹ́ ọ gígùn ó fi ayé sọlẹ̀ sórí àwọn iṣan omi ayé ò lè rìn láíláí kò lè rìn iṣẹ́ rẹ ni mo ojú wa. Ìṣẹ̀dá mi yìn ọ́, aláàánú ìṣẹ̀dá mi, aláàánú ayé mi, mọ́lẹ̀ tó tàn sínú òkùnkùn mi, ìwọ nìkan, olùgbà mi lẹ̀, olùgbà mi là, aláàánú mi, olùrànlọ́wọ́ mi, olùṣàánú mi, aláàbò lórí ayé mi, ẹni tó fún mi lẹ́bùn, ẹni tó fẹ́ kù ṣe ìṣẹ̀dá mi lọ́ṣọ̀ọ́, ó fi ògo díẹ̀ bù mí ládé, ó fi ògo díẹ̀ bù mí ládé, mo dúpẹ́ mo yìn ọ́ látọ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀mí mi, ìwọ nìkan.
To worship you and praise your holy name. There is no one like you, Lord. You're deserving of all our praise.
Comfort Udo. I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Orishoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission. And from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, it was like, they were doing some kind of move. And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance from there till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there has been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, I also, it's me, number one. Like I'm best. So from there, I've made income from it, then I build up a group. Whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job if the pay is not okay to me. Then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job, I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, hit up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they're doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space. I do my thing. Then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just not even. Normally, I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just 2. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up, I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own things for myself. More like the racket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own rackets and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I will still teach them. So there will still be a time whereby if I see that they have gotten it up to that level, I know I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't do it again. I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, etc. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle in neck for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out. The goal for me is to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. when it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, what do you do? I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, oh, dancer. I would say no, I'm a contortionist. And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. It's not dance, it's contortion. So I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists, which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met a few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, if they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing? But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, As Trained. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He had a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. When I say it's profitable, okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills that I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful, and whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy. You're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that, so I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can further more there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of the stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. We start this week's edition with good governance. Lagos residents have been charged to take ownership of projects undertaken by government in their areas, as it would go a long way in tackling the issue of abandoned projects. This charge was given by the Inspired Youth Network during their citizens' engagement town hall meeting with stakeholders on addressing public requests from the 2024 budget of Lagos State. Details in this report.
Community members, youth champions, as well as government representatives have gathered in this hall.
How can we have a very effective implementation of what? Elders say,
to ensure that young persons, especially young women, have access to democratic and public responsive service delivery.
Over time, the stakeholders have monitored the implementation of budgets and are here to discuss the findings from their trackings on abandoned government project in Oshodi Solo local government area. The idea is for the community to take actions towards the completion of the project.
Create budget for all of this. Let budget that you have created be used for the completion of this project. And we have one in Ikorodu currently. The one we had in Ikorodu is a vocational center. As big as Ikorodu is, we only have 1 or 2 vocational centers being managed by the Lagos State Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Now, this is another vocational center that can complement the effort of the one Lagos State government is currently running. If we have large number of people going to one vocational center, we will not have good, effective training and learning or effective learning in all these vocational centers.
The idea was to go monitor the projects that was going on in Idowu Rufai Street in Agor Palace Way, and we found out that constructions were not really ongoing the way it should be, and this was causing some issues leading to drainage problems, and of course all of this can also result in diseases and displacement of people. So we tried to bring up these issues to the limelight to let people know that there's actually a budget allocated for this particular construction, and the need to demand for accountability so that the right things are being done.
The town hall meeting also aims at educating relevant stakeholders to be involved in the budgeting process and ensure good governance, as government is advised to meet with the people halfway in this discourse.
From all of our engagement so far, from inception, you could see that the major challenge there is that a majority of the persons in Lagos do not really have a better and deep understanding about projects and budget processes and the rest. So that's why we're doing all of this, to see how we can educate the citizens, to make them be a part of the process, to actually drive a change in their society.
It's good that organizations like this are coming up with such engagement and wanting to know what their resources are used for. And if we do not accommodate such programs like this, going forward we may not be able to achieve anything. This is more like helping government to lessen their work and all of their burden.
In all, they urge the government to look into the abandoned project and ensure their completion, as it would not cost anything more since they have been budgeted for in the first instance.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Development scholars have pointed out that good governance is a prerequisite for successful development, which every country craves for. And now it is time to talk about leadership and the future of Africa. Over the years, Africa has been reputed by the mainstream media as the West as a dark continent. Despite its huge potentials, as such, there is the need to change the narrative and celebrate Africa and its people. These were the words of Mark Idiahi, the convener of the Future Leadership Conference at this year's Award for Public Sector and Entrepreneurship, tagged Renaissance Repositioning Africa for Global Relevance. Details in this report.
The venue is filled to capacity, and the main focus is to celebrate Africa and Africans, and indeed excellence in leadership and entrepreneurship. The convener, Mark Idiahi, takes to the stage and shares on the unparalleled dynamism of the African spirit.
There is a deliberate attempt by the West, facilitated by the mainstream media, to underestimate the potential of Africa.
The conversation continues in earnest on the way forward for the continent. No doubt the choice of the speakers is informed on their passion in telling the African story. So as questions are raised on why Africans do not celebrate themselves, the issue of leadership also takes center stage.
While we celebrate our GDP as Africa, one of those top 50 companies, their revenue and their capitalization is more than our continental GDP. So that's something to think about. Then you now add the fact that 80% of the world's resources are under our feet in Africa.
So we've come of age. We will no longer allow people to give us a name just so they can appease whatever desire or innuendos they have about Africa. We believe as a people we have to begin to beam lights on our potential and appreciate and celebrate what we have. I would tell you that we no longer need politicians in leadership. Over the years, we have had politicians
in leadership, and look at where that brought us. It is almost as if we clamor for new regime, new set of leaders, then eventually when they are voted into power, it's almost as if we find ourselves in a war situation. And the solution to that, like John Maxwell would say, everything rises and falls on leadership. We have to become very pragmatic.
What is the panacea for the leadership challenge in the continent, and just how can Nigeria and Africa take over the helms of affairs in the productive sector and even the creatives?
We have leaders who seek to, their yardsticks and their standards of leadership is foreign. So when they encounter African problems, it tends to be strange for them and makes them either weak, disconnected from the problem on ground. You know, African problem is different from Chinese problem.
Nigeria's gross GDP has been enriched by 156 billion naira this year alone with Nollywood and Nigerian music. But that's very little compared to what we could actually do if the government and the banks, etc., would support us more.
So as the evening swings on, exceptional people are awarded and celebrated for their passion and drive to bring out the extra in women empowerment, entrepreneurship, creativity, and lots more.
Thank you so much for the good work you are doing.
Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
You will agree with me that African states individually or as a collective should be more assertive in defending their interests and demanding fairer representation in global fora and multilateral institutions. We move to public speaking and the need to catch them young. Young people have been urged to shun drug abuse and channel their energies into productive ventures that will improve their lives. This is just as the government and parents have been urged to do more to safeguard children from falling prey. This advice was given on the sidelines of a public speaking competition organized by School of Eloquence Lagos on the theme Drug Abuse and its Effects on the Youth. Details in this report.
From a very young age, she folded her hands to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people, which is the wrong crowd.
This public speaking competition is meant to serve as a testimonial to the importance and power of effective oral communication and commitment to elevating the art of public speaking to mainstream levels in the Nigerian society. 9 government-owned schools are locking horns on the topical issue, drug abuse, a trend which is eaten deeply into the fabrics of the society. The competitors have indeed done their homework and research on the menace. Unsurprisingly, they speak passionately and eloquently.
And whosoever a child learns from home is most likely to remain with him for the rest of his life.
Yes, it's not the first day that I take this that you are going to end up at Yabanet. You end up in the hospital. But these things, it's over time.
Cigarettes and alcohol are commonly abused by Nigerians.
Not only affects our physical self, they also affect us mentally.
Through their speeches, they share stories of young people who have been affected by the scourge, with an appeal for all hands to be on deck in fighting the harrowing trend.
From a very young age, she folded her hands to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people, which is the wrong crowd.
Over the years, drug abuse has been a pressing issue that every one of us here knows.
Parents who brought us into this world, what happens when they are perpetrating this crime?
When you talk about mental health consequences, we talk about depression, anxiety, neurological impairments.
The dean of the school shares insight on the theme of discussion and why it is important to catch them young. Other speakers have words of advice for parents, the society, and even what the government should be doing to save the young people from going astray.
So for us, we notice that a lot of the people that we teach public speaking to could probably have done better if they had learned public speaking much earlier in life, rather than learning public speaking as adults. Apart from politics, apart from the state of the economy, the issue of drug abuse is a prevalent subject matter
It's there, it's present, and we're talking about it.
We have a lot to do. You've all come here to say it today. Charity begins at home. We need to ensure that we inculcate the right discipline. In life, the choice that you make will determine your future.
At the end of it all, Dairy Farm Senior Secondary School carried the day as one of their representatives emerged winner in the individual category. CMS Grammar School and King's College followed in runners-up position. Then again, Dairy Farm School walks away with the School of Eloquence Cup 2023.
People in position must be able to speak well. It should be mandatory for policymakers and office holders, business owners and thought leaders, and what better way to achieve this than to start with school children. Away from education matters, as part of efforts to show benevolence to orphans and the less privileged children in society, the Naval Officers' Wife Association has supported 4 children with scholarship and also donated food items and other consumables to an orphanage home. The Zonal Director of NOAA Lagos Island, Ms. Olufunke Bankole, alongside other members while on a visit to Rako Child Initiative Orphanage, urged spirited Nigerians to support those in need. Plus TV News defense correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
This orphanage has been enjoying the goodwill of the naval officers' wives for close to 10 years. Today's visit saw 4 children receiving scholarship and other valuables. The zonal director disclosed that the donation was an initiative of NOAA as supported mainly by their husbands.
NOAA is a non-governmental organization and we are majorly being sponsored by our husbands with little or no assistance from corporate organizations, though when it becomes, who are we not to embrace it. So having said that, for years, it's been our focus to ensure that we touch lives. In fact, that is our anchor drive, to ensure that we touch lives positively. We also believe that we should try as much as possible to see how best we can sponsor some students through secondary school, and how it's been said that a child trained through the secondary school or given education is a nation that is being trained.
She enjoined the head of the orphanage to be steadfast in bringing up the children who have been brought to the home due to unfavorable circumstances. The founder, Rako Child Initiative Orphanage and Widows Home, Pastor Daniel Nwaka, was filled with excitement and gratitude as he thanked NOAA for the continuous support to the home.
Their coming has been a great blessing to us over the years, but it has been a journey of grace, God's grace. It has been not easy. These children, some of them came when they were 2 years old, 3 years old. Today we have 19 in university. One is serving now in Port Harcourt, and the others 2 are doing well. We have almost 200 in different secondary schools, the same thing in different primary schools all over. So we see them grow. We see them when they came in, like some of them, I can see that picture here, they look somehow. Like this one talking now, you see her picture, she came in primary school. Now come here. Now she's now in Kogi State University, 400 level. She came hopelessly then, but now full of assurance.
NOAA says its love for charity will be extended to the widows next. The gesture was born out of the humanitarian side of the NOAA National President, Mrs. Ijoma Blessing Ogala, who believes orphans and widows should not be left out in this Yuletide celebration. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. The Diocese of Lagos Anglican Communion has inducted Venerable Babatunde Adeleke as the Vicar and Archdeacon of the Church of the Resurrection, Victoria Island. The induction ceremony, which took place in Lagos, had the Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, family members and well-wishers in attendance. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Melodious rendition of hymns filters the church hall as the congregation, led by the choir, was in a joyous mood. Venerable Babatunde Adeleke Oduwole, clad in white robe, is ushered in to take his declaration of assent as the Vicar and Archdeacon of Church of Resurrection. The anointed clergyman was excited to be in the presence of God while performing the induction rituals. Venerable Oduwole said he is ready to hit the ground running as he explains the vicar's role in the church.
Well, I must say that I'm very excited. I'm enthused, getting ready to hit the ground immediately. It's a day we had looked forward to. Institution, induction, and installation. It is a customary and ancient custom of thanking God for choosing those such personalities. They serve as the eye of the bishop. And so we call them Oculus Episcopus, meaning the eye of the bishop.
He thanks God and says his vicarship is all the Lord's doing. Meanwhile, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State and Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, commended the man of God's selflessness. She describes him as one who is reliable.
In addition to that, I'm also being instituted as the Vicar of the Church of the Resurrection 1004 Estates here in Victoria Land. To God be the glory. I'm excited. I'm really happy. I know that God has done it, and He who has called us will back us up. He will enshrine His word in our heart and grant us miraculous feats within the time we are going to spend here in Jesus' name.
I've known him for 12 years as a vicar and as a priest in the Diocese of Lagos, Lagos Diocese. He's a man of God that that we can rely on in terms of prayer, in terms of counseling and motivation. Wishing him all the best. God will bless his ministry. God will give him more strength, more grace, and on a daily basis, God will minister to him.
Some church members showered encomiums on him.
In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
In the period of time that we have interacted, he's been a very pleasant personality. He's been an exciting person to be with. It's just God's gift to us as a church. I pray for him every day, and I ask that the Lord will continue to equip him with grace, with his spirit, with more of his wisdom, so that he's able to carry the Church of Jesus Christ.
Everything is working perfectly the way God wanted it. He was a curate in this place before, and he rose to be a venerable, and he was brought back. So I say it is to the glory of God. I'm happy for him, and I congratulate him. It shall continuously be well with him and his family in Jesus' name.
The ceremony was brought to a close as the guests were treated to a cocktail party.
From all of us here at Plus TV Africa, we wish Venerable Babatunde Oduwole the best in his new position. We take you next to Ondo State, where the Home of Mother Earth Foundation has charged the federal government to take responsibility for the 3-year-old Ifeno at its Ororo Iwell at OML 95 and must extinguish the fire as soon as possible. These were the outcomes of a media briefing and documentary screening at the Ororo oil well fire held in Lagos. Details in this report.
And ecosystems are raveling
that demands to be heard.
The Ororo 1 oil gas well blowout at OML 95, which happened in April 2020, has been on fire for over 3 years. Inhabitants of Awoye community in Ondo State, where the inferno occurred, have had their livelihood severely affected. Their primary means of survival, fishing, has been harmed due to the contamination of the marine ecosystem by the raging fire and accompanying oil spill.
It's a grim reality painted in barrels of spilt oil and hectares of ruined land.
After several visits, the Home of Murderers Foundation, HOMEF, put this documentary titled Ororo Inferno, a tragic odyssey of injustice and environmental destruction, together. Executive Director HOMEF, Nemo Bassi, alongside others, say these inferno represent a huge discounting of the lives of the people, their culture and their ecosystem.
Now that accident happened, and the government officials said it could be stopped within 6 weeks if they hired the right contractors to stop it. But 3.5 years down the road, the fire is still burning. And I believe government would wish that we just ignore it. But you can't ignore that kind of disaster happening in plain sight. It's happening day and night. It's not anything that is hidden. And it's just unfortunate that Nigeria goes on as if nothing is going on. And this is really horrible.
So we don't need to search for who caused it. We know it's caused by the oil corporation. Who bears the brunt? The local communities are the ones bearing the brunt of this spill. The biggest question is, why punish me for a sin that I didn't commit?
Members of the Awoye community at the screening also speak about the devastation they have faced since the oil well fire began.
Since that last year, waiting me at the experience, we say, fish no dey again. Nothing. If we go river, before we were fishing 3-4 fathoms, now we take the fishing. But now if you no enter 20 fathoms, you no fit see fish for eye. I don't see anything. Now so everybody begin to suffer. No blame you, all the communities.
Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba torí ó bẹ̀ kàrán. Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba pé jàrá ayọ́wọ́ bá máa ayọ́wọ́ ó ra kàn mí. Òmò tẹ̀pẹ́ fi wà yìí. Tó di bẹ́ẹ̀ gan, irun mo sọ ni pé jà ìjọba mi, ọkùnrin obìnrin àjọ ò bá wá dédé ìjọba mo fẹ́ gan. Tó obìnrin tó ọkùnrin jàjọ jàrá àwòyọwọ́. Àwòyẹ pẹ̀lú dédé gbẹ̀gùn ẹ̀nà wọ́n dédé pátápátá ti bàjẹ́.
HOMEF also urged the government to ensure that remediation activities in the affected community are carried out immediately.
There is no word to describe this horrid debacle. Ororo 1 well is a crime scene that needs international attention and action since the Nigerian government is asleep on it. As we go on the show, Market Women at Tijosho has been urged to make the most of simple technological tools to scale up their businesses and accelerate growth. This advice was given during a She Enable sensitization program organized by the Enterprise Growth and Opportunities Foundation at Tijosho Market in Lagos. Details in this report.
Nigeria is experiencing inflation, and most women are depressed and struggling with their businesses. They are helpless, and most of them are victims of mismanagement due to lack of proper financial management. So it is apt that these young people from the Ego Foundation take time to distribute multilingual pamphlets on the importance of maintaining and reading or computerized records of their sales and stock.
And this is what I know I'm able to make. These are the things that we want to teach you.
Then that I sell this thing.
Well, back here at this hall, women listen with rapt attention on how they can be financially included with the help of their mobile phones. The session is interactive.
I think they will charge about 800 and something, let's say 1,000 naira.
Then how do you reach out to those kind of group members?
Roland Ajetomobi is a serial entrepreneur. He is here to share knowledge and insights with the market women and entrepreneurs on the best way to go.
At the moment you are able to have a mobile device and you can subscribe to that device with internet and data, and you also have a bank account, you can use that device to make money.
Toluwase Olaniyan is a convener. He shares the idea behind desensitization and also speaks on plans to extend the program to other markets.
And for us, it is instructive at this time, right, and very, very important, helping women, supporting women through becoming better at their businesses. Of course, around where we have large markets and on the South communities. So we've been to Alimosho, been to Mushin. So the next stop, we're going to Ikorodu. We're going to, Fai, Egbeda, Badagry. Places where we can harness a large number of businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive. People feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to mix to have people they can afford what you are selling on your status. In your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online and how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She Enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill, and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities.
Women in Nigeria are highly interested in becoming entrepreneurs, but face unique challenges to do so, such as barriers to access finance and business development services that are critical to formalizing and growing their business. And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa, Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to TWU Conversations. Today, we're talking about parenting in the 21st century. That is, parenting in the age of social media. I have two girls. One is 13 and the other is 10. But she's 11 tomorrow. So I have to say that, otherwise she's going to kill me. Do you know how difficult it is to parent in the age of social media? Sisters, are you ready for today's topic?
Yes, we are.
We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're talking about parenting in the 21st century. The good thing is that we all have kids that are varying ages, and we have been able to parent our kids. Your kids are older than my kids. Mine is 10 and 13. How do you think we're parenting our kids now that are different from how you parented your kids?
Well, I can't speak to how people parent their kids, but I can speak to what I see
in the way their children behave. And one of the things I find is that there's a lack of consciousness of the need to be polite, civility. There's a lack of consciousness about value systems, the importance of value systems. For example, if you say to a child, what do you want to be? The child will say to you, I want to make money. Is that the answer to the question? So which means that what are they hearing at home? What are their parents saying? Are their parents laying too much emphasis on the importance of money and what money can achieve? Is it something they're doing instead of emphasizing integrity, truthfulness, working hard? Because working hard is not a value that people seem to instill in their children these days, parents. Yes. So you'd rather get somebody to sit for your child's exam. And so that child, you're telling the child there's always a shortcut. And that's what I find. Children these days seem to always be looking at, oh, but there's a shortcut, but you can pay somebody to do this. But what about you? Why can't you do it? And that's not how my children were brought up. They were brought up to do things and to be punctual, and that letting people wait for you is a bad thing. Do you see what I'm saying? And I don't see why it should be different. I don't see why the 21st century child should be different from a child born in the 20th century at all.
We're talking about the value system.
Yes.
And where are we getting our value system now? In this age of social media, when you were bringing up your kids, our value system were the community, the immediate community. Now we're talking about a community that is like millions of kilometers away. What do you think?
You broached two issues there for me. First of all, the influences are different now and from then. In the 20th century, while children had started playing games, TV games and online, not online, social media, video games. Social media was not such a large part of life. So the influence was slightly different from outside. From inside, I see no reason why it should have changed in terms of what a good parent should be imparting on their children. And then you mentioned the African setting, and I like to use the word ethnic instead of African, because we're not the only ethnic people on the face of the earth. Chinese are ethnic, the Indians are ethnic, and they've been able to keep ethnicity in the home, in their children, in the raising of their children. So the problem here is the fact that while we're losing ethnicity, we're taking on something else. Unfortunately, we're taking a bad version of that something else. That is what I have experienced also in terms of 21st century parenting.
It just came to my head when you were talking. What is socialization? What part does it play in making this change?
I'll make a comment on that.
Yes.
I always say that people think you go to school to learn how to read and write and and to know the subjects. You go to school to learn how to socialize with others.
Okay.
So your first socialization is at home, what your parents teach you. Then you go outside to learn that if you say something I don't like, I might slap you. So it helps you to contain yourself and behave well. Okay, but if you socialize, exactly. Yes. If you socialize with people who are doing the wrong thing, then it is very likely you will pick those things up if your home influence is not strong enough.
Okay. Like I like that point, because when I used to say to my children, peer pressure. Who is pressuring who? Why should your peers pressure you? Why are you not pressuring them? So it depends on the strength of what you're getting, the parenting you're getting from home. That gives you the confidence to be able to be the one that is pressuring peers, rather than, because if there's a vacuum, if that proper parenting is not there from home, then they are going to be filled, that vacuum is going to be filled from outside. So socialization can happen.
So these parents that were raised in the 20th century, they should, the parents, how are they getting it wrong? Because they were raised differently from how they're raising their children. Yes, so what's the change?
In Lagos, for instance, both parents are working. The reality is
a lot of children get on the school bus at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. They're there till whatever time, 6, 7 in the evening. School. They do after school because you're trying to make sure your child's in a safe place. So you're obviously taking care of the safety, but maybe you're not concentrating too much on what the child is ingesting in that period. So whatever influence that the child stumbles upon is what they really pick. And the reality is, when you come back from work at 8 or 9, that's not the time you're going to probably instill whatever it is your parents were able to instill in you. So it's really a challenge for a lot of parents, especially in like very tedious towns. Maybe it's not an excuse, but...
always worked.
But they used to close at 4 now.
But what is so different now?
Not really.
Personally, I didn't close at 4.
I worked in Why is it different now?
Well, okay, see, when we were at school, secondary school, we used to close at 1. Now, I found it amazing that most secondary schools close at 3:30 now. Yes. So I used to ask when my children were little, when do they get to be children? Yes. Because we had that between 1 and 3:30. We had siesta, we had lunch, we had the bath. Then play started about 4. So we'd have that black and white thing would come on the telly, and then and then by 7 we'd have a bath again, and then dinner. Yes, so we had a routine. Now they're in school. By the time they get home from traffic, between 3:30 and 6, they're exhausted. There's homework to do. Yes. And
so our children are doing too many things.
Socialize in the home.
Okay.
So whatever influences they're getting, social media in school has a greater chunk of their time because it sucked it all up.
The thing is that parents are not aware of their responsibilities, I think. Parents have always worked. My parents worked, and I worked. My husband worked, So it can't be that it's an impossible thing. It's not an impossible thing. But I have conversations with my children. You have to talk to your children. You have to know who your children are. And I've been invited before to talk to children in a school because they were giving problems, quote unquote. And they said to me that, first of all, their parents believe everything the teachers are told. And so at one level, they shut down. There's no need to tell the parents anything because they won't believe us anyway. And then they said that, and the parent and the teachers gossip about them in the staff room, that they believe whatever they want to believe. So right there, they're shutting down from adults. So who else are they looking at? Other children, the way things are in other places that they see on TV, and the things they get on social media. So there's a failure on the part of parents to recognize the importance of interaction with their children.
Yeah, but how do you live in the house with your child and not interact?
I was doing physically and digitally.
Yeah. Okay.
A lot of parents, because our children are on social media now, because the statistics says that...
Okay, so I'll send my child a text message.
No, statistics says now that from 8-year-old below, they're online for like 2.5 hours a day. The teenagers are online for about 9 hours a day.
8 years and below.
Below, because we've given them this tablet, video games and stuff. Yes, we're doing that. It is a choice, but that is what we're doing. And for ages of 9 to the full teenagers, they're online for about 9 hours. So you're doing the Snapchat, you're doing they're online, they're doing their homework online. My children do their homework online.
If you allow it.
Exactly.
I don't allow.
That's where all the influences come from.
That's what we're talking about, parenting.
Yes, school time,
What is your intention as a parent? Are you actually dictating and structuring your child's life despite the fact that you're not there, you're at work? Like Ifeoma said, I worked, but I could say to you what my child was doing at different times. And can I just bring up something? We're talking about discussions with children, talking to them, instructing them. There is one big chunk of parenting that people overlook and don't realize. Children are watching what you're doing and what you're saying when you're not talking to them more than when you're instructing them. And when a parent, like she said, there's a funny song going around now. I don't want to be in trouble, for libel. There's a song about money, and if you don't have money, what you should do. And a parent is singing it in the house and giving the child the impression that that's the right way, that's what life is about. So a lot of it is also coming from the parents themselves, the values the parents themselves have imbibed, and therefore...
Should we put that at the table of the 20th century? Because the parents of today were born by the parents of the 20th century. So what did they do wrong?
Where did they get it?
Where did they get it wrong?
Because I think that to be honest, sometimes I actually judge myself for this. I actually say that I feel like we're not as involved and not as deliberate and not as conscious. For me, my child is 2. when it's disturbing me, I just give me iPad. Please, can you just watch this thing? And then I know that's how, so that you get, you know, and then after a while, I started to say, this boy is addicted to this thing. So now, I say during school days, I have to be, because you're stressing me. So it's more convenient for me to actually just do the thing.
Exactly what we're saying. It's action.
But I have to be conscious about it, because at the end of the day, what am I training this boy? So I make sure that my husband and I are like, you know what, throughout the week, no iPad, weekends, but it's difficult, and I think we're getting lazier by the day.
There are more options about how to occupy a child. Is what it is. Because when I was growing up, it was books. My mother bought books.
Yes.
And the TV we watched had to do with education, you know? And so for me, watching TV is not compulsory. I don't feel that if I don't watch it, there's something wrong.
We need to go on a break, and I want us to talk about indoors and outdoors. In today's crime, kidnapping, before we send our kids, they go and ride bicycles outside. Yes. Today, a lot of parents cannot do that. We'll talk about that when we come back after the break. Welcome back. Before the break, we talked about our children being indoors now most of the time, and how, because of security issues, we have to keep them indoors. So let's talk about homeschooling. Can we do homeschooling now? Is it something that Nigerians do?
Homeschooling presupposes that you as a parent can teach, or that you can get in somebody who will teach. So you have to be able to afford it in the first instance. My personal experience with teachers is that a lot of them, I'm sorry, the ones that people use for lessons, I had to teach my children for common entrance, because I felt that the way they were being taught, the person who was supposed to teach them those so-called things, maths, that I knew more maths than the person, you know? So you can't guarantee that the teacher you get. So that's one danger in homeschooling. And as a parent, will you supervise? If you can't even supervise when they're going to schools outside, how are you going to supervise when they're schooling at home? Because homeschooling presupposes a certain level of supervision. In any event, it's foreign to Nigeria.
The curriculum you need to follow about homeschooling.
Yes,
there is a
parenting. I always believe that one parent must be available at every point in time to supervise the activities that children, do while they are socializing at home.
So we're delegating too much now.
Yes, because now most nannies are illiterate. Yes. So she can't do homework. So the chef is cooking. The gate man is manning the gate. So so sometimes you look when you live abroad, because you have to pay for childcare and the rest of it, you have to take a decision as to who goes to work. So if I, for instance, I earn more, sometimes the man decides he's going to be house, husband, and parent. So we could save the money. It's always about the money. Now, if we had that in Nigeria, you want to save money. So, okay, you earn more, you are like in the corporate world, and you have a better job, and the man is a teacher, and he's not earning so much, but he will save a lot of money on school bus and all those things. We don't make those kind of decisions here, because why should your husband sit at home? He's a man, so they will say that you're feeding him.
Let me introduce that to you, because I want you to answer it. Today, there are a lot of programs for women empowerment. Rightly so. But whenever you change something that has been going on for a while, there's always going to be a gap.
Resistance, yes.
There's a gap that has been left in the home when the woman decided to do full-time work. So, because the men left and delegated to the women, now the woman has decided to go, and there's a gap in that place. But do you think we're too ambitious? Do you think that a woman, a married woman, should delay her career so that she can do something for her children at least at the young formative years? Do you think
that's a wonderful question? In fact, it's speaking to what I was going to say to her comment about the presence of the mother at home. Ifeoma had made mention of the fact that she worked, her husband worked, I worked while raising my own children, and she was in banking, I was in banking, I was in accounting practice, was still, long hours. Something I've always said, and I'll come to women empowerment, is that the sheer physical presence of a parent at home does not necessarily mean she's parenting well.
Absolutely. Okay, but that's...
So there are a lot of women who are sitting at home and are not having the positive effect they should be having.
Yes.
So let us first of all not use that as an excuse for people not to go out and work. So being there doesn't mean you're doing it right. Okay. So it is the intentionality and the consciousness of what you're doing and the stewardship you feel towards parenting that matters. When it comes to women empowerment, honestly, personal opinion, I believe that you can make sacrifices for your children, even while you're in good career and work. She's told you she did her children for common entrance. As I went on while I was at full-time work, there was a stage of my life when I went on part-time. I carried on working because I knew that for me, I needed that affirmation of work, and it was important. And I think my children probably would have enjoyed me more because I satisfied that part of my need and then be a parent also. But I honestly do not feel that giving up a career or giving up work life, you can schedule it, you can play around it, you can, so that your sacrifice time
but not
is created.
Companies give you that leeway now to have part-time work. In Nigeria, they suck you up your entire time.
I've seen mothers who say they are not following career because they want to parent. Meanwhile, they start a business and they're not there either. And it sucks all of it off. So you
find a way.
You find a way.
Because, for example,
what
I would do was, I didn't work late in the office, but I took work home.
Exactly.
I was in corporate finance, so I could
take work home.
At home. So I'd close, go home, then after my children were in bed, I could work till 2 a.m. That sort of thing. And then there was a time I took a year off work. And when I was about to go back to work, one of my sons said, oh, Mom, we didn't go back to work. I said, you see all these things we're doing? He said, yeah. I said, that's what pays for it. That you generate income to be able to do the things that you want to do. But money is a tool. It's not a means. It's not on itself. It doesn't mean anything. And that's one thing we have to teach our children. The importance of the right value system, because that is what we're talking about here and talking about parenting. We're not passing on those things.
Role modeling. I want you to take on this role modeling and what parents of the new generation are doing. And we're sharing everything. We're competing. We're taking, our baby is walking and we have our phones and we're taking a picture, we're capturing, we're updating it, we're putting on social media and all that. And the kids see us. They know that, oh, let me post like this so Mommy can take a picture and share it online. Oh, Mommy, did you share that on social media? Oh, Mommy, how many likes? Oh, Mommy, that is what you hear now. How many likes? How many likes? Of course. So what do you think?
So
what are we doing?
About role modeling, I wanted to actually say, I'm one of those people that sort of stepped back from my career because of family. I remember when I got married, I had to relocate for a while. And at first, when I was dating my husband now, I remember him saying he was going to move away for work for a while. And I said to myself, not like I was particularly enjoying the job, but it just seemed like you were going to take out the power from me. I don't know. There was just something. I remember going to America and standing by the window and crying. I'm like, oh my God, what happened to me? Because I felt like my life suddenly stood still. And people could never understand it. However, when we finished, we started to have children. And then I have 2 now. And I remember saying, when my son was like 2 months, I'm like, I'm ready to start working, I'm ready to start working. He's like, this child is not even old enough. When you go to look for a job, what are you going to explain are your reasons? So if you want to, maybe you should just do it. And then I remember the pressure I felt from outside. People always saying, so what are you doing now? So what are you doing now? And I couldn't always explain what I was doing. And then it almost seemed like, so you just, in fact, when I was traveling, someone actually said, so you quit your job because of a man. I don't understand what you're doing. And it got to me because it wasn't just a man on the street. It was someone that I was now married to, and I had to be a decision. So my husband and I decided that, okay, after a while, maybe when your kids are a bit whatever, and then he's open to you working. So I know it's a challenge for a lot of women when they leave this thing. People don't understand the pressure that the society puts on you when they keep asking you, what are you doing? What are you doing next? So me, I wanted to be like, when they ask me, I'm selling this or I'm doing something, just so that I don't feel like I'm left behind or there's something I'm missing out. Now to role modeling, I feel like we have to be conscious. I beat myself up sometimes because I'm like, Anne, this child, you think he's too small to notice, but there's some things that he now picks up. I'm thinking to myself, God, you have to do better. So I think as parents, it's important for us to always remember that even when they are young, they're actually watching you and they're picking up this thing. Me, I know I need to do better, and I think that parents out there, as long as you're conscious, as long as you know that you have to be deliberate, these children didn't just drop, and you have a responsibility to raise a wholesome individual, then...
I think it's fundamentals. Yes. Honesty. They must see you being honest. They must see you being kind, compassionate. I'm very big on please, thank you, good morning.
Thank you, good morning.
You know, yes, I'm very big on things like that because they don't correct them. And those are basic things that you must do in the home to appreciate. We used to say, after dinner, we used to say thank you to my mom and dad.
Yes.
For feeding you.
For providing for us to have this comfort. You know, I will go into my, till today, my mom's 76, and I would knock on her bedroom door. I wouldn't just barge in. My children are trained not to barge into our rooms. From when they were little, you will knock on the door. If you don't hear an answer, you will go back until you come and knock and we say, come in.
Oh, wow.
Because I could be in a state of undress and so could their dad. So you don't, but kids these days, you know, you see children talk to teachers like, do you know who my dad is?
Entitlement.
You know,
Can I ask the younger parents? Sorry, just a question. Can I ask the younger parents, why do you imagine that you don't put strict rules to your children? From what need is that?
Okay. I know that a number of our generation, they're always talking about, oh, this is how my parents, you know, parented me, and I do not want that to happen to my children. We all say that, oh, my father deprived me of this, or my father didn't allow me to touch this, or this was daddy's food, and I don't want that to happen. Exactly. So what you find out now is I don't want to deprive my child of anything. If you want to go out, just make sure you bring all your friends home. I want to see them. Just tell me where you're going. Oh, take the phone when you're going out. So we're actually trying to pamper our children, give our children things that our parents deprived us of. They deprived us because they wanted to teach us something.
Yes.
But now we're giving our children because we want to give them everything our parents did not give us.
I also think that a lot of parents are subject to peer pressure themselves. Because you see, you're looking at what other people are doing more than your children are.
Yes.
You know, so you're always comparing. And so what you're doing is you're bringing that behavior home, and that's what they're seeing. And you're asking them questions like, oh, does this person have it? Or the parents are, do they have it? My children,
You mean a parent asking the child?
Yes, if you know, that you see...
Like
what,
you misbehave, you won't travel for the summer.
Yes.
Or you travel economy, you won't travel first class.
They ask what their friends
Is that a
have
threat?
so that they'll know whether or not to provide it. And my own was, whenever my children came home from school and had a conversation and mentioned any toy, they never got it. Even they were not asking for it too. They were just talking about it that a friend had it. They didn't get it because they had things that other people didn't have. You can't have everything. If you don't teach a child that you can't have everything, when they grow up, when they can't have it, they're going to find a way to get it. And that's why we have all the problems we have in society.
The wonderful line you can use for this, another line, I use that a lot. They refer to their friend's house. Oh, they do this in that house. And usually I would say, you would have to go and live in that house. Yes. So by the end of the time, my children were saying it to each other. If one said it, the other one will reply, you're about to move to the other house.
You know? What's the place of balance? Since you have older kids, what's the place of balance? Because a friend of mine said something recently, I think she's in her 30s and she's still not married. And then she said her mother instilled so much fear, which was the thing of the time at the time. You know, her mother put so much fear that she gave an instance of when school was on strike, uni was on strike, and then some boy, because she used to live in the school, some boy now said, you know, this girl lives here, let me just stop by and say hello. The sight of the boy and the terror of her mother's reaction, she almost slit her wrist. Why would you come? Why would you come here? Oh my God, my mother is going to kill me. Because the mother is very stern and very strict. No boys in your house and all of that. And then now it has affected her in life because now her mother is asking you, why are you not married? But then she's found it very difficult to... So I'm thinking, what's the place of balance now?
Can we use that as our last word?
Yes. Okay.
Balance is everything in life. Because there are always two sides, there are always extremes. And balance presupposes that it's the middle ground. There are different styles of parenting at different ages for children. And you have to recognize when your children need more one-on-one conversation. Yes. And when they, at the beginning, it's don't do this, don't do that. You can't keep that up with a teenager. It has to be, okay, I don't think that's the best thing to do. And this is the reason why. Let's talk about it. Okay, that's what you think. Today, let's just do it this way. And it continues like that. So you develop a continuous relationship with your children. You must be able to have that. And don't say, you're my child, not my friend. Because trust me, it's always better for your child to become your friend.
For me, balance is for you to know, as a parent, that discipline is not a taboo. Discipline is not a bad thing. It's actually a positive word. And that the stewardship you have towards that child includes discipline. It includes love. It includes conversation. It includes friendship. But never, ever leave discipline out of it. And that, I think, will help you with balance.
Okay. Communicating effectively. I always like to say to my children, I need to tell you why we're doing a particular thing the way we're doing it. That way, it's not a do or don't. I understand why mom says that these are the pros and the cons of having this particular action. Now that I have young adults and teenagers, if you do a particular thing that is wrong, these are the consequences, and you'll be made to face the consequences. So nobody's going to, cushion you for that. So for me, it's effective communicating with them so they understand why they're doing what they're doing, the way they're doing it.
I have the youngest kids here, so I've learned from all of you that, in everything that you're doing, there should be moderation. You make sure that you keep a balance between them. So I'm going to try that and make sure that I'm not that harsh parent that will make my child go kill themselves because they think that what they've committed is as bad as that, and in reality, it's not as bad as,
How about you?
For me, we all just have to be conscious and deliberate in how we're bringing up our children. And if you don't know what to do, get a book and get somebody else to mentor you. That's the most important thing. We have to do this right because we're bringing them out into the world. Thank you, and see you next time.
My name is Demola Bakri. To the new entrants to my world, I am Honorable Justice Demola Bakri, a prince from the Jibosho ruling house of the Bagura nation. I was born in Ibadan, then the capital of Old Western State, now the capital of Oyo State. Those were lovely days of peace and tranquility. I attended UMC demonstration school at Okeado, Ibadan, and I remember after school work with my sister and other students from school compound through Imale Falafia College Crescent area. Then, we all never knew what life had in stock for us. It was a life of K, Sera. We had fun, just sleeping and waking up for school the next day. I remember the midday meal, sometimes yam, porridge, and vegetables. I remember fan milk. The dream was to be an electronic engineer, to understand how a voice from the box could reach so many homes. I remember Rediffusion, also my neighbor's television in the early 70s, and my father's struggle to buy one. I remember later my mother's struggle to buy a radio cassette player for the family. It was a compensation for our hard work at cleaning the compound. I remember the creation of states in 1976 and our usual weekend trips from Abeokuta to Ibadan. I remember the Ibadan-Abeokuta road and the Odeda sharp bend with inscription, "Sharp bend ahead, many have gone, be careful." It was indeed an era to behold. I remember the good old days of common entrance into secondary schools and the right to choose based on your ability when it was only 5 kobo per term as allowances. Today in reflection, I wonder why we cannot have a brighter future. Yes, our children deserve more. Let each of us rise to contribute our quota to see to a bright and wonderful future for Nigeria. We still have an opportunity to print our foot boldly on the positive sides of sands of time. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow. Not just the good old days. Let's change the narrative. I join Shemore in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screens. I am Uime Elijah, and on today's show, we have an interesting event that you would absolutely enjoy. Pulse held its Dirty December for its Pulse digital community in Nigeria, who have engaged with the brand throughout the year. It was a night of fun, games, music, influencers, content creation, and great vibes. Pulse held its Dirty December for Pulse digital community in Nigeria who have engaged with the brand throughout the year. It was a night of fun, games, music, influencers, content creation, and great vibes. With some exciting talent lined up to perform and food vendors on standby, the Pulse Fiesta kicked off with a bang, with hundreds of fans and community members began pouring into the landmark beach in Lagos, enjoying the background music and connecting with some of Nigeria's most popular digital influencers. The crowd at Pulse Fiesta came through with the vibes to match high energy.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you're watching me from, I am live at Pulse Fiesta, the 3rd edition. It is amazing, it is fun, it is electrifying. What better way to start your December than this? This promises to be a dirty December experience. I'm having a lot of fun. Are you having a lot of fun? My name is Booms, your favorite 007, and I'll be taking you on this journey through the Pulse Fiesta. My guys, let's go have fun. Come with me. We wanna party! We wanna party! Get to the mood, 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 get to the mood. Jinja, jinja, jinjana, jinja, jinja, jinjana, jinja, jinja, jinjana, jinja, jinja, jinjana. Happy Miller, happy Miller, happy Miller, happy Miller, happy Miller, happy Miller, happy Miller. I said, who is in the garden? Ready to find them. I'm on, I go ready to die. I said, who is in the garden? Ready to find them. Come on, take it, take it, take it. Let's go and show that these are toes. And show that these are toes. Touch your toes, 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 touch your toes. Who are the BG fans here? That's the BG. I'm only you. Come on now. Make nobody pass. Say what? Say I carry you. Say I'm a way. I forgot you. Forgot you. I need that when I touch you. What? If you know, you know. Think I want. It is hard to walk. I want it waiting. I want it waiting. I want it go. One more time, everybody, let's go. They want to see me fall. Daddy BG, are you there? I really cannot feel your energy. What baby? Are you ready? If you don't know, make you ask her to go. Say what? Where do they party? I've been doing this cigar. If I do that, whatever you do, oh say you. I wanna feel your energy. Even when I shy, the best of the man, I be duro, where do they body? I be doing this event. If I do you, whatever you do, say you may make me happy. I don't get up for my heart, I can't give me. Come on now! What? Guys, my girls won't come. All my sexy ladies say, my banana, my banana. Johnny, Jiwa,
the managing director of Pulse, and I know that you guys have been waiting to see the face behind this amazing event. Hi Fiona, how are you?
I'm amazing, baby. I'm at Pulse Fiesta. Of course I am.
I know, right? This is the 3rd edition. And you know, people have been expecting this way back. Was there any challenge you faced for this year?
We just always are trying to figure out what do the people want this year. You know, we always want to make sure we got the right artist, right location, and making sure we can keep it affordable. Because that's in December. They get crazy with these prices. And we want to make sure we can give people a fun vibe at an affordable price. So that was our whole mission the whole year, and I think we did it.
And so far, how on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think people are enjoying themselves?
I think it gotta be a 12, right? It gotta be a 12. Like, it's a vibe. It's a vibe.
Love it. On a scale of 1 to 10, can you rate the Fiesta?
I'll give it 10 over 10. Amazing.
So you're having fun?
Yeah, I'm having fun. Really.
That's good. It was nice having a chat with you. Thank you very much. Good night. All right, guys, I'm here with Funke at the Pulse Fiesta, and I just have some few questions to ask Funke. So, Funke, my first question is, how are you enjoying the Fiesta so far?
Well, school is fine and it's lovely.
In it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Christmas celebrations are coming in very fast. What is your New Year resolution?
New things. Just be happy, that's all.
You don't have a list of all those things they always list for New Year?
I don't know what the New Year will try to sing, but I just prefer that everything should be fine.
Okay. Hi guys, I'm here currently with Esther, and Esther has decided to answer all of my questions today. So Esther, this is your first time at Pulse Fiesta, right?
Yes, please.
How's the experience going so far?
It has been a lot of fun, from different games to dancing. It has been a lot of fun.
Okay, is there any artist you're expecting to see tonight?
I don't have expectation for artists because I feel good already.
So has anybody performed yet that has gingered you so far?
Melody, she has been amazing.
That's nice. Okay, so the celebrations are coming in so far. Christmas celebration, New Year. What is your New Year resolution?
It's a lot though, don't let us start here. It's a lot, there's a lot on ground. So it's just like a follow-up on the one for this year and continuation for next year. So which is basically like career and academics.
Okay. Hi guys, I'm currently here with Playdom at the Pulse Festival. Playdom, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good, I'm calm, just having fun.
Okay, that's nice. Is this your first time at Pulse Fiesta?
Actually, yes, this is my first time.
So how's it going so far?
It's been fun, fun experience, meeting new people, networking and all that. I'm also here for content, so it's been fun.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how will you rate the event tonight?
On a scale of 1 to 10, well, I would say 8.
Nice. It means you're really enjoying it.
I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it.
Okay, guys, I am here currently with Tommy, and Tommy is having fun with her family here. And I'm just going to have a quick chat with Tommy. Tommy, hi, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
How are you enjoying the Fiesta so far?
It's been fun, although I got here late, but then it's been fun.
I see you're playing games. How's the game going so far? Are you winning?
Am I winning? Yeah, and I'm winning, but we didn't meet a lot of games, so...
Okay, nice. So on a scale of 1 to 10, from what you've seen so far, how will you rate the Fiesta?
Actually, I was referred from last 2 years when they had it, and my husband was like, oh, it's fun. So compared to what I was expecting, I just rated for 7.
All right, guys, I am here with Dolakwa, and Dolakwa is feeling fly today. He says he's a content creator. So let's see how much this content creator is going to answer my question. Hi, Dolakwa, how are you today?
Good, I'm good.
Okay, how are you enjoying the Fiesta so far?
It's cool so far. So far it has been good, yeah?
Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, can you rate this Fiesta?
I'll say 9. Because I've not seen my artist yet, so I'll say 9 for now.
Okay, so who is your artist?
Let's say, I think Charlie Pop is coming, huh? Charlie Pop is coming, yeah, I think Charlie Pop is.
Okay, so Charlie Pop is the artist you're looking forward to?
For now, me and Mouse now.
Okay, so you're going to do me a favor. You're going to sing one Charlie Pop song for me.
I can't sing from beginning to the end, though.
Okay, guys, I am here with the beautiful and pretty Becky. Hi, Becky. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, is this your first time at the Fiesta?
Yeah.
How's it going so far?
I'm having fun. I'm excited. It was what I was anticipating for, so I'm really excited to be here.
On a scale of 1 to 10, can you rate the Fiesta?
I would say a 7.
Nice, means you're having fun. Is there any artist you're expecting to see tonight?
Charlie Poppy!
Okay, I like that excitement. So you're going to do me one thing now. You're going to sing one of Charlie Poppy's song for me.
No, wait.
Becky, don't fall my hand, though.
Small body, big engine, small body, big money, say, come on for a road, come on for a road, come on for a road now, man, they come on for a road, come on for a road, come on for a road now, man, they come.
Nice, thank you very much. Okay.
Here we go. Everybody must chop breakfast, collect money, must chop paper, kadapo money, Come on. Too many red, I got beat them back. Come on, body for Charlie Poppy, Sure. For me, when you looking money, tell you something. My body electric, shock me. That bitch is in the night, lost. So I'm making left. So it's back.
Hold on, if you know you're a Gen Z tonight, make some noise. Do you know the meaning of Gen Z? If you know you are a Gen Z from the 2000 up, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Abi, now if you know you're a millennial, make some noise. All the 90s. Now we want to do a millennial versus a Gen Z edition. Are you ready for that? See, millennial, me I'm a millennial. I want more short Gen Z say they don't get level. All the millennials say Gen Z don't get level. Gen Z, tell them say old school. Yo, DJ, give me the difference. Let's enumerate the difference. Are you ready? Now the DJ will tell us if you are young millennial, anybody will sing that, when I understand the vibe. Let me get. But I DJ and Gen Z, I don't know. DJ, you ready? DJ is a Gen Z or millennial? Gen Z or millennial? DJ na Gen Z. DJ will get 2 wives. Hey, DJ, you ready? Play me song. Yeah, brand new dope production. Yeah, come on. Listen. Come on. What? Yo, listen. DJ, no shit. Hold on. All the millennials, do your hands up and down, up and down. Let's go. One could make Gen Z vex. One make them vex. DJ, play that song again. Play that song. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, everybody. Production. It's official. Come on. And the music that we play, we do it. Dance time. What? Next time, everybody's in a hurry. What? What's it? Come on. Give me the back. Okay. Here we go.
chop. When it's my time to me, I love you, girl. No go to tell me, say you to the love. No go to take it, say I to the love. What's my name? Jesse J. Don't know the name. Jesse J. Who's the bad guy? Jesse J. It's my criminal. Jesse J. Jesse J. Jesse J. Jesse J. Now see my song, let me turn up. Beating from sundown to sun up. We said I wash, now we did it all. It's a shot down when we roll up. Okay, in the tango. Can they get be loud, yo? We are ready for the crowd, yo. Mashallah, no problem. Whatever you let me try to break it down. Take a spelling in my time to make it now. Step into the club, vibes on the check. Pull up, step, boots on the deck. Play with the vibe, back my selector. Tell you wanna ride, cruise with the best. Tell you going 9 Lagos to Manchester. I'm only lying, back my instructor. Every day it's a real event. I just keep on the same. My music no go relent. Then they talk on day. We just stay here to talk about me. I got the power, come on. Make I show you that there's none but that. Me and no take come for no backer. We go break up the road, showstopper. Hey, no limit. Every show something down there. Shine so bright and they can't limit. If you got a dream,
Your girl is back. Boomed, your favorite 007 is here again, and we just wrapped up on the 3rd edition of Pulse Fiesta. It has been an amazing night. It has been a splendid night. It has been a night filled with fun, games, in fact, all type of electrifying energy. I couldn't get enough of it. Did you get enough of it? Well, this is where we sign up on the 3rd edition. Next year promises to be better. Next year promises to be amazing. Next year promises to be a bomb. We had fun. I hope you had fun. This is where I sign out. Good night, Lagos. Good night, Nigeria.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Ime Elijah, and enjoy your weekend.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
From north to south and east to west, life in Nigeria has become dangerously unbearable. The country is faced with what seems to be endless waves of homegrown security threats and violence. Nigerians live in fear, from terrorism to kidnappings, armed banditry, farmer-herder clashes, ethnic violence, and separatist agitation. To better understand the causes of the unrest, as well as the true agitations of the people, Searchlight travels across Nigeria.
The bandits, I use the dark place, the forest place, to hang around. When our drivers reach there, they will come out and start shooting them.
In fact, if I can give an estimate, I can say that in a week we used to treat not less than five gunshots.
I look people living under siege.
Now, Owerri is too hot.
No rest of mind. To sleep for anybody.
If you sleep now, sleep with one eye closed, one eye open. Be vigilant. This is Igbora for you.
Igbora is one of the 7 communities that make up Ibarakwa land.
Ibarakwa land comprises of Igongon, Erua, Ayete, Takpa, Idere, Lanlate, and Igbora in Oyo State, Nigeria's southwest region. There is a long-standing history dating back to the early 20th century between settler herders who are mostly of Fulani descent and local farmers in the Ibarakwa axis. Recently, however, coexistence has become increasingly problematic as the communities are now plagued with kidnappings, farmer herder clashes, reprisal attacks leading to the forceful ejection of Sarakins and Fulanis in the area.
I have been back home here in Igbora since January because of the armed herders and farmers crisis that has been rocking nearby villages and farms. Although the Sarakin Fulani of Ngongo, Salihu, was evicted in January on accusations that he was helping evade justice, not much has changed. There are still incidences of kidnappings and attacks on farmlands.
This is Shekere village in Igbora. We live in fear. I do come earlier in the day and could enter the farm. You would find their cattle eating crops, and when confronted, they attack the owners of the farm. If perchance they meet a woman unaccompanied on the farm, she could be raped. There is no safety on farmlands.
The nomadic ones are moving around. The residential ones, we know them. Some of the residential ones are still within the community. They are peaceful. One incident occurred when our people they are outraged and they burnt all the karas in the whole Ibarakwa land, even that of Erua. In Igbora here now, there is no kara again.
If you had burnt all the karas in the whole of Ibarakwa land, I want to think that Kara is a place for residential Fulanis.
No, Kara is a spot, a market for them to come and buy and sell.
So you have burnt.
Do you know?
Their economic spots.
Let me tell you some things about that Kara. Some things we discover about that Kara, especially that of Igbora here. That spot is a spot where they do hide their ammunitions. And in the night like this, they will pick up those ammunitions, go out, kidnaps, rob, anything they can do. And when they come back to town the following day.
Kabir, you've done a lot of work out of the Ibarakwa land. What did you see? What do you know? Can you share your first-hand experience?
Not just in Igbora, not just in Lanlate, not just in Oyo State, but from my experience across the Southwest states, I realized that most of the killings, the kidnappings being perpetrated are being done by the Bororos, who are mostly referred to as foreigners. Some of these Bororos, they come into the country through Benin Republic, some through Cameroon, and you get to realize that in the essence of it all, some through Niger, that many of them are not the traditional Fulanis. And the reason is this. We've had cases where traditional Fulanis, those who are Nigerians, some of them who came from, who are from Kwara State, also alleged that they have also been kidnapped. They've also been victims of the attacks of these persons. Most times, those that perpetrate this, they don't even have any cattle. All they have is gun, sword, and other weapons.
The violence doesn't end there. Nigeria is faced with the Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, banditry in the northwest, armed separatist agitations in the southeast amid communal clashes in the Middle Belt, southwest, and south-south. Increasingly, violence between herders and farming communities is spreading from Nigeria's central belt southward, while kidnappings are rife nationwide. What exactly led to this?
When you see a failure of this scale, of this magnitude, and spread right across the country, the first thing that comes to mind is that somebody somewhere who has responsibilities to secure Nigerians has failed in their duties. There's no other explanation for this. So we have a country that is poorly run, poorly governed, and therefore unable to master the requirements of securing both citizens and the country itself. That is the first one. The second one is that there are a lot of opportunistic criminal activities going on. People understand the weaknesses, they perceive a weakness at the level of the state. They think the state is weak or the state is incapable of protecting citizens from all sorts of attacks, bandits, kidnappers, insurgencies, insurrections, secessionists, irredentists. All these people actually exist because the state has not been able to assert its obligation and responsibilities to protect citizens. And they are emerging and increasing by the day. The third one is the failure of the Nigerian elite to get together and demand that the Nigerian state does what it's supposed to do. The leadership does what they are supposed to do, that is to protect citizens. The voices that are supposed to be heard are not being heard. Too many people are quiet, either out of fear or because they think that they are not likely to make any impact if they don't raise their voices.
Traveling by road is now an extreme sport. On our trip to Kaduna State, we drove along the Kaduna-Benin-Gwari Road. The 123-kilometer road trip seemed easy enough, but we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. From Buruku village, right on the outskirts of Kaduna, there is a fully armored vehicle with soldiers who lead drivers 3 cars at a time from Buruku to Odoa town. This stretch is considered to be the most dangerous. Drivers have to wait their turn, as they stand no chance of traveling safely to and fro Benin-Gwari without these escorts. From Odoa, the journey to Benin-Gwari is considered safe from the kidnappers and terrorists, whose victims are not just travelers but also villagers and farmers in and around this long stretch of road.
Our major problem in this area is insecurity. These terrorists have wrecked our town and destroyed our source of livelihood. Nobody sleeps in this town anymore. We take refuge in the neighboring community and come here every day at 8 or 9 a.m. and then leave at 3 or 4 p.m. Look at me. I'm the village head of this community. I used to own a car, but these criminals made me sell it to pay ransom for our children. I can't estimate how much we have paid to bandits as ransom because this community has been attacked more than 25 times.
We have a lot of problems in terms of insecurity on our road, more especially in between Buruku and Odoa. So we have a lot of insecurity. We have only one vehicle, which is mobile police. They are the one escorting our members to carry them to Buruku. Let's say from January up to now, at least we lost more than 30 of our members as a result of the bandits.
Forests in Nigeria are now hideouts for cattle rustlers, highway robbers, kidnappers and terrorists due to the absence of state capacity or political will to exercise control. From Benin-Gwari Forest in Kaduna to Rugu Forest in Katsina and Zafe in Zamfara, these forests are now referred to as ungoverned.
in Niger, Shiroro. From there you cross over to Zagafara. You cross over to Folwaya.
What security measures have we put in place for farmers and the indigents that are easy prey to these bandits?
Well, I have explained to you that Kaduna is very vast. The state is so huge. We had over 46,000 square kilometers. And I have also explained to you that we are having this problem mostly in locations that are remote. You know, boundaries with Niger State, boundaries with Zamfara, boundaries with Katsina State. You know, the locations are very remote. Even if there's a distress call, before you get there, it takes you time because of the terrain, mobility problem. But the Air Force is complementing the ground troops and the police as well. Once we receive a distress call from a location that is very far, what we do, the Air Force move while the ground troops and the police form a blocking force, you know, and it is really yielding positive mark. We don't have enough boots on the ground. There's a need for us to scale up recruitment. There's a need for security operatives or our security agencies to outnumber the criminals. We are not relenting. We are working and we are making progress. In the first quarter of 2021, we were able to neutralize 64 bandits.
Our schools, just like our roads, have become hotspots of violence. Across northwestern Nigeria, from Zamfara to Kebbi, Kaduna and Niger, about 1,000 students of primary schools, secondary schools and even universities have been kidnapped since December 2020. Most have been released after payment of ransom, while scores are still being held in forest camps. Some of these students have died in captivity and some killed during the abductions. Earlier this year, after the kidnapping of students at Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, I asked the governor, Malam Abubakar Sani Bello, if a state could guarantee the safety of school children.
No one can guarantee that unless we have the numbers, the manpower of security personnel required. The Niger State, for example, during the military administrations, Niger State had 14,000 policemen. Today we have 4,000. Same Rafi local government where this kidnapping took place, Kagara town itself has less than 10 policemen. So how will it work? How? What magic could you do? We don't employ or employ policemen. I understand in the past, the state police command had the powers to employ policemen from the states, but it is no longer like that. And that's probably the reason why we're having problems.
That was back in March. Not much has changed since. Many have said that the present centralized structure of the Nigerian police is too detached from local communities. A vote conducted by NOI polls indicates that many Nigerians are in favor of state policing to bring security closer to the people. Experts say there is a need to reflect on the current security approach across the country.
The various institutions need to sit back and, reflect that the current approaches that we are deploying to address security concerns, are they adequately addressing these issues? What are the intelligence mechanisms, that you need to put in place to really get information on how crime, is happening across various communities? So I think critically it is the model, it is the approach that seems to be a bit defective. We are practically waiting for violence to happen before we then react. We talk about community policing, especially for the police, especially. I keep making reference to the police because they have the mandate when it comes to internal security. Community policing is very important. Then intelligence-led policing. We are not emphasizing that so much. Intelligence-led policing is that strategy through which you just want to get intelligence of what is happening in a certain community.
In the southeast, insecurity takes a different dimension. According to authorities, agitators for the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a separatist group campaigning for Biafra independence, have been responsible for a spate of attacks on security forces and innocent people since December 2020. Olu, a local government in Imo State, has become a flashpoint of trouble in the region. On the 25th of January 2021, many Hausa-speaking traders in a market in Olu were going about their business when gunmen invaded the area, killing some and setting shops ablaze.
It is very, very unfortunate that this kind of thing would happen in 21st century Olu, 21st century Imo, 21st century Nigeria. People are not happy with the things, with the way this country is being run. When you talk about security, there is no security in Nigeria anymore.
We are here at the Islamic Central Mosque, Amafeke, and this is the third Friday without holding a Jumat service here because of insecurity issues. There is a lot of apprehension amongst the Muslim community.
This is my third year living in Olu, and I have never had any ugly experience living here until recently. During the NSAS protest, they burnt our mosque and killed some of our members in some part of Olu town. For 3 weeks now, we have been unable to observe our Jumat prayers in this mosque. We now live in fear. More worrisome is the absence of security operatives in the town. Despite all these incidents, the governor has not visited us to assure us or condole with us.
Since the January attack, Olu has had no peace. The people are in constant fear as these gunmen, time after time, unleash violence, destroy shops, kill, and even behead people in the community. In the southeast and south-south regions at large, dozens of security officials have been killed. Biafra agitation and the violence going on in the southeast have been said to be an untoward way of expressing dissatisfaction about leadership failure on the part of all tiers of government.
Well, I feel that there are many voices in the conversation to deal with the disaffection that people have about the Nigerian state. There are many voices, and evidently his is just one of those voices. But that may not be the optimal route to go. There are so many benefits of a functional, democratic, sound constitutional state. But where there are imperfections, you will now begin to see the voice that Nnamdi Kanu echoes or propagates. War is terrible. Sometimes you think about it from a more glamorous point of view, but it's bloody, it's heinous, it's damaging, it destroys families, societies, and so on and so forth. So my preoccupation is for peace. Okay, peace arrives through legitimate constitutional routes. That is what is most paramount. No society can develop without peace. And in terms of the disaffection of those of us who are from the southeast goes, there's a need to hear us and to look at our grievances and to consider them on their merits.
The southeast substantially mirroring Boko Haram. We have not been able to understand and deal with the issue of IPOB. The Igbo leadership allowed IPOB and ESN too much ground to take too much ground to control what is going on in the southeast. So they misread the threat of organizations like IPOB. There was opportunism, crass opportunism. People thought maybe this IPOB will do for us what we want. They will get for the Igbo what the Igbo didn't get through the political process. And eventually now we are creating a monster. And it's a monster that is eating up the local environment. The same way Boko Haram ate up Borno and Yobe and parts of Adamawa. IPOB and ESN are eating up the southeast. The federal government is throwing the military at them, the same way they threw the military at Boko Haram, rather than trying to understand the real issue. What is behind IPOB? Who supports them? Why do they support them? What is the issue that has made IPOB attractive to a large number of young people? Can you do something about it? Is it something you need to do about it?
I would say that the Southeast governments can do a whole lot better. The state governments, they can do a whole lot better in delivering services to the various constituent parts of the Southeast. We don't see enough of government in our rural communities, in the local government. We need to raise the bar as per the effectiveness of subnational entities. All right. Once we've gotten to a point where we can say for certainty that the state governments are operating optimally and delivering their own share of the governance dividend, then we can look elsewhere to seek inputs. But state governments in the Southeast need to up their game.
The Nigerian police force, on whose shoulder the responsibility of protecting the nation lies, is unable to perform its basic functions, forcing the Nigerian military to step in.
A society gets the kind of police that it pays for. Over the years, successive administrations have not made the connection around policing and development. So they just see the police as, oh, that is the police, and not critically putting it in a position of primacy, because people need to be safe internally first. You need to take care of the internal enemy before you begin to look at those ones that are threatening you on the outside. So over the years, there's been consistent underfunding, which is very, very critical. You want to undertake police operation, it has to do with funds, it has to do with state-of-the-art technology, equipment, and all of that. And then the manpower, less than 400,000 police personnel currently police a country of over 200 million. So what it means is that there is inadequacy somewhere. The police right now is overstretched. The country is very big and diverse. And then if you look at the scale of insecurity that is happening, it changes rapidly. So what it means is that the security landscape is not constant. You understand? So the police is trying to really grapple with all of this in the midst of very meager resources in terms of training, in terms of equipment, in terms of manpower, and every other thing. Government's approach in trying to address some of these inadequacies by the police has been to set up committees, police reform committees. But the question again is that each of these successive government that comes in set up a committee, do they make reference to the last committee to say, okay, what did my predecessor, found when he talk about policing challenges? How can I build upon that and actually implement this to make the police effective? But no, our approach has been that, okay, I get into office and then I'm setting up my own committee.
Though the carnage isn't over yet, in more recent times, the joint military effort of the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Air Force has recorded more success in combating terrorists and criminals.
In the last few months, the synergy and jointness among the three services has been cordial and overwhelming, which has resulted in the decimation of most of the criminal elements we have in this country.
While Nigeria may or may not reform its police soon, Critics say the new conception of security now places emphasis on human and non-military variables, saying even the best of soldiers and policemen may be unable to maintain security in a country with a whopping 33% unemployment rate. Nigeria cannot solve its insecurity problems in isolation of other developmental issues. Where we go from here depends on our ability as a people, a government, and a nation to make the urgent steps needed to pull our country, Nigeria, from the brink.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of the stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. We start this week's edition with good governance. Lagos residents have been charged to take ownership of projects undertaken by government in their areas, as it would go a long way in tackling the issue of abandoned projects. This charge was given by the Inspired Youth Network during their citizens' engagement town hall meeting with stakeholders on addressing public requests from the 2024 budget of Lagos State. Details in this report.
Community members, youth champions, as well as government representatives have gathered in this hall.
How do we have a very effective implementation? Elders say,
to ensure that young persons, especially young women, have access to democratic and public responsive service delivery.
Over time, the stakeholders have monitored the implementation of budgets and are here to discuss the findings from their trackings on abandoned government project in Oshodi Solo local government area. The idea is for the community to take actions towards the completion of the project.
Create budget for all of this. Let budget that you have created be used for the completion of this project. And we have one in Ikorodu currently. The one we had in Ikorodu is a vocational center. As big as Ikorodu is, we only have 1 or 2 vocational centers being managed by the Lagos State Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Now, this is another vocational center that can complement the effort of the one Lagos State government is currently running. If we have large number of people going to one vocational center, we will not have good, effective training and learning or effective learning in all these vocational centers.
The idea was to go monitor the projects that was going on in Idowu Rufai Street in Agor Palace Way, and we found out that constructions were not really ongoing the way it should be, and this was causing some issues leading to drainage problems, and of course all of this can also result in diseases and displacement of people. So we tried to bring up these issues to the limelight to let people know that there's actually a budget allocated for this particular construction, and the need to demand for accountability so that the right things are being done.
The town hall meeting also aims at educating relevant stakeholders to be involved in the budgeting process and ensure good governance, as government is advised to meet with the people halfway in this discourse.
From all of our engagement so far, from inception, you could see that the major challenge there is that a majority of the persons in Lagos do not really have a better and deep understanding about projects and budget processes and the rest. So that's why we're doing all of this, to see how we can educate the citizens, to make them be a part of the process, to actually drive a change in their society.
It's good that organizations like this are coming up with such engagement and wanting to know what their resources are used for. And if we do not accommodate such programs like this, going forward we may not be able to achieve anything. This is more like helping government to lessen their work and all of their burden.
In all, they urge the government to look into the abandoned project and ensure their completion, as it would not cost anything more since they have been budgeted for in the first instance.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Development scholars have pointed out that good governance is a prerequisite for successful development, which every country craves for. And now it is time to talk about leadership and the future of Africa. Over the years, Africa has been reputed by the mainstream media as the West as a dark continent. Despite its huge potentials, as such, there is the need to change the narrative and celebrate Africa and its people. These were the words of Mark Idiahi, the convener of the Future Leadership Conference at this year's Award for Public Sector and Entrepreneurship, tagged Renaissance Repositioning Africa for Global Relevance. Details in this report.
The venue is filled to capacity, and the main focus is to celebrate Africa and Africans, and indeed excellence in leadership and entrepreneurship. The convener, Mark Idiahi, takes to the stage and shares on the unparalleled dynamism of the African spirit.
There is a deliberate attempt by the West, facilitated by the mainstream media, to underestimate the potential of Africa.
The conversation continues in earnest on the way forward for the continent. No doubt the choice of the speakers is informed on their passion in telling the African story. So as questions are raised on why Africans do not celebrate themselves, the issue of leadership also takes center stage.
While we celebrate our GDP as Africa, one of those top 50 companies, their revenue and their capitalization is more than our continental GDP. So that's something to think about. Then you now add the fact that 80% of the world's resources are under our feet in Africa.
So we've come of age. We will no longer allow people to give us a name just so they can appease whatever desire or innuendos they have about Africa. We believe as a people we have to begin to beam lights on our potential and appreciate and celebrate what we have. I would tell you that we no longer need politicians in leadership. Over the years, we have had politicians in leadership, and look at where that brought us. It is almost as if we clamor for new regime, new set of leaders, then eventually when they are voted into power, it's almost as if we find ourselves in a war situation. And the solution to that, like John Maxwell would say, everything rises and falls on leadership. We have to become very pragmatic.
What is the panacea for the leadership challenge in the continent, and just how can Nigeria and Africa take over the helms of affairs in the productive sector and even the creatives?
We have leaders who seek to, their yardsticks and their standards of leadership is foreign. So when they encounter African problems, it tends to be strange for them and makes them either weak, disconnected from the problem on ground. You know, African problem is different from Chinese problem.
Nigeria's gross GDP has been enriched by 156 billion naira this year alone with Nollywood and Nigerian music. But that's very little compared to what we could actually do if the government and the banks, etc., would support us more.
So as the evening swings on, exceptional people are awarded and celebrated for their passion and drive to bring out the extra in women empowerment, entrepreneurship, creativity, and lots more.
Thank you so much for the good work you are doing.
Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
You will agree with me that African states individually or as a collective should be more assertive in defending their interests and demanding fairer representation in global fora and multilateral institutions. We move to public speaking and the need to catch them young. Young people have been urged to shun drug abuse and channel their energies into productive ventures that will improve their lives. This is just as the government and parents have been urged to do more to safeguard children from falling prey. This advice was given on the sidelines of a public speaking competition organized by School of Eloquence Lagos on the theme Drug Abuse and its Effects on the Youth. Details in this report.
At a very young age, she followed her aunt to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people, which is the wrong crowd.
This public speaking competition is meant to serve as a testimonial to the importance and power of effective oral communication and commitment to elevating the art of public speaking to mainstream levels in the Nigerian society. 9 government-owned schools are locking horns on the topical issue, drug abuse, a trend which is eaten deeply into the fabrics of the society. The competitors have indeed done their homework and research on the menace. Unsurprisingly, they speak passionately and eloquently.
And whosoever a child learns from home is most likely to remain with him for the rest of his life.
Yes, it's not the first day that I take this that you are going to end up at Yabanet. You end up in the hospital. But these things, it's over time.
Cigarettes and alcohol are commonly abused by Nigerians.
Not only affects our physical self, they also affect us mentally.
Through their speeches, they share stories of young people who have been affected by the scourge, with an appeal for all hands to be on deck in fighting the harrowing trend.
From a very young age, she followed her aunt to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people, which is the wrong crowd.
Over the years, drug abuse has been a pressing issue that every one of us here knows.
Parents who brought us into this world, what happens when they are perpetrating this crime?
When you talk about mental health consequences, we talk about depression, anxiety, neurological impairments.
The dean of the school shares insight on the theme of discussion and why it is important to catch them young. Other speakers have words of advice for parents, the society, and even what the government should be doing to save the young people from going astray.
So for us, we notice that a lot of the people that we teach public speaking to could probably have done better if they had learned public speaking
much earlier in life, rather than learning public speaking as adults, apart from politics, apart from the state of the economy. The issue of drug abuse is a prevalent subject matter. It's there, it's present, and we're talking about it.
We have a lot to do. You've all come here to say it today. Charity begins at home. We need to ensure that we inculcate the right discipline. In life, the choice that you make will determine your future.
At the end of it all, Dairy Farm Senior Secondary School carried the day as one of their representatives emerged winner in the individual category. CMS Grammar School and King's College followed in runners-up position. Then again, Dairy Farm School walks away with the School of Eloquence Cup 2023.
People in position must be able to speak well. It should be mandatory for policymakers and office holders, business owners and thought leaders, and what better way to achieve this than to start with school children. Away from education matters, as part of efforts to show benevolence to orphans and the less privileged children in society, the Naval Officers' Wives Association has supported 4 children with scholarship and also donated food items and other consumables to an orphanage home. The Zonal Director of NOAA Lagos Island, Ms. Olufunke Bankole, alongside other members while on a visit to Rako Child Initiative Orphanage, urged spirited Nigerians to support those in need. Plus TV News defense correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
This orphanage has been enjoying the goodwill of the Naval Officers' Wives for close to 10 years. Today's visit saw 4 children receiving scholarship and other valuables. The Zonal Director disclosed that the donation was an initiative of NOAA as supported mainly by their husbands.
NOAA is a non-governmental organization and we are majorly being sponsored by our husbands with little or no assistance from corporate organizations, though when it becomes, who are we not to embrace it. So having said that, for years it's been our focus to ensure that we touch lives. In fact, that is our anchor drive, to ensure that we touch lives positively. We also believe that we should try as much as possible to see how best we can sponsor some students through secondary school, and how it's been said that a child trained through the secondary school or given education is a nation that is being trained.
She enjoined the head of the orphanage to be steadfast in bringing up the children who have been brought to the home due to unfavorable circumstances. The founder, Rako Child Initiative Orphanage and Widows Home, Pastor Daniel Nwaka, was filled with excitement and gratitude as he thanked NOAA for the continuous support to the home.
Their coming has been a great blessing to us over the years, but it has been a journey of grace, God's grace. It has been not easy. These children, some of them came when they were 2 years old, 3 years old. Today we have 19 in university. One is serving now in Port Harcourt, and the others 2 are doing well. We have almost 200 in different secondary schools, the same thing in different primary schools all over. So we see them grow. We see them when they came in, like some of them, like I can see that picture here, they look somehow. Like this one talking now, you see her picture, she came in primary school. Now come here. Now she's now in Kogi State University, 400 level. She came hopelessly then, but now full of assurance.
NOAA says its love for charity will be extended to the widows next. The gesture was born out of the humanitarian side of the NOAA National President, Mrs. Ijoma Blessing Ogala, who believes orphans and widows should not be left out in this Yuletide celebration. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. The Diocese of Lagos Anglican Communion has inducted Venerable Babatunde Adeleke as the Vicar and Archdeacon of the Church of the Resurrection, Victoria Island. The induction ceremony, which took place in Lagos, had the Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, family members and well-wishers in attendance. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Melodious rendition of hymns filters the church hall as the congregation, led by the choir, was in a joyous mood. Venerable Babatunde Adeleke Oduwole, clad in white robe, is ushered in to take his declaration of assent as the Vicar and Archdeacon of Church of Resurrection. The anointed clergyman was excited to be in the presence of God while performing the induction rituals. Venerable Oduwole said he is ready to hit the ground running as he explains the vicar's role in the church.
Well, I must say that I'm very excited. I'm enthused, getting ready to hit the ground immediately. It's a day we had looked forward to. Institution, induction, and installation. It is a customary and ancient custom of thanking God for choosing those such personalities. They serve as the eye of the bishop. And so we call them Oculus Episcopus, meaning the eye of the bishop.
He thanks God and says his vicarship is all the Lord's doing. Meanwhile, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State and Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, commended the man of God's selflessness. She describes him as one who is reliable.
In addition to that, I'm also being instituted as the Vicar of the Church of the Resurrection 1004 Estate here in Victoria Land. To God be the glory. I'm excited. I'm really happy. I know that God has done it, and He who has called us will back us up. He will enshrine His word in our heart and grant us miraculous feats within the time we are going to spend here in Jesus' name.
I've known him for 12 years as a vicar and as a priest in the Diocese of Lagos, Lagos Diocese. He's a man of God that that we can rely on in terms of prayer, in terms of counseling and motivation. Wishing him all the best. God will bless his ministry. God will give him more strength, more grace, and on a daily basis, God will minister to him.
Some church members showered encomiums on him.
In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
In the period of time that we have interacted, he's been a very pleasant personality. He's been an exciting person to be with. It's just God's gift to us as a church. I pray for him every day, and I ask that the Lord will continue to equip him with grace, with his spirit, with more of his wisdom, so that he's able to carry the Church of Jesus Christ.
Everything is working perfectly the way God wanted it. He was a curate in this place before, and he rose to be a venerable, and he was brought back. So I say it is to the glory of God. I am happy for him, and I congratulate him. It shall continuously be well with him and his family in Jesus' name.
The ceremony was brought to a close as the guests were treated to a cocktail party.
From all of us here at Plus TV Africa, we wish Venerable Babatunde Oduwole the best in his new position. We take you next to Ondo State, where the home of Mother Earth Foundation has charged the federal government to take responsibility for the 3-year-old Ifeno at its Ororo Iwell at OML 95 and must extinguish the fire as soon as possible. These were the outcomes of a media briefing and documentary screening at the Ororo oil well fire held in Lagos. Details in this report.
An ecosystem's unraveling that demands to be heard.
The Ororo 1 oil gas well blowout at OML 95, which happened in April 2020, has been on fire for over 3 years. Inhabitants of Awoye community in Ondo State, where the inferno occurred, have had their livelihood severely affected. Their primary means of survival, fishing, has been harmed due to the contamination of the marine ecosystem by the raging fire and accompanying oil spill.
It's a grim reality painted in barrels of spilled oil and hectares of ruined land.
After several visits, the Home of Mother Earth Foundation, HOMEF, put this documentary titled Ororo Inferno, a tragic odyssey of injustice and environmental destruction, together. Executive Director HOMEF, Nemo Bassi, alongside others, say these inferno represent a huge discounting of the lives of the people, their culture and their ecosystem.
Now that accident happened, and the government officials said it could be stopped within 6 weeks if they hired the right contractors to stop it. But 3.5 years down the road, the fire is still burning. And I believe government would wish that we just ignore it. But you can't ignore that kind of disaster happening in plain sight. It's happening day and night. It's not anything that is hidden. And it's just unfortunate that Nigeria goes on as if nothing is going on. And this is really horrible.
So we don't need to search for who caused it. We know it's caused by the oil corporation. Who bears the brunt? The local communities are the ones bearing the brunt of this spill. The biggest question is, why punish me for a sin that I didn't commit?
Members of the Awoye community at the screening also speak about the devastation they have faced since the oil well fire began.
Since that last year, waiting me at the experience, we say, fish no dey again. Nothing. If we go river, before we were fishing 3-4 fathoms, now we take the fishing. But now if you no enter 20 fathoms, you no fit see fish for eye. I don't see anything. Now so everybody begin to suffer. No blame you, all the communities.
Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba torí ó bẹ̀ kàrán. Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba pé jàrá ayọwọ́ bá máa ayọwọ́ ó ra kàn mí. Òmò tẹ̀pẹ́ fi wà yìí. Tó ti bẹ́ẹ̀ gan. Irun mo sọ ni pé jà ìjọba mi. Ọkùnrin obìnrin àjọ ò bá wa dédé ìjọba mo bẹ̀ gan. Tó obìnrin tó ọkùnrin jàjọ jàrá àwòyọwọ́. Àwòyẹ pẹ̀lú dédé gbẹ̀kùn ẹ̀nà wọ́n dédé pátápátá ti bàjẹ́.
HOMEF also urged the government to ensure that remediation activities in the affected community are carried out immediately.
There is no word to describe this horrid debacle. Ororo 1 well is a crime scene that needs international attention and action since the Nigerian government is asleep on it. As we go on the show, Market Women at Tejosho has been urged to make the most of simple technological tools to scale up their businesses and accelerate growth. This advice was given during a She Enable sensitization program organized by the Enterprise Growth and Opportunities Foundation at Tejosho Market in Lagos. Details in this report.
Nigeria is experiencing inflation, and most women are depressed and struggling with their businesses. They are helpless, and most of them are victims of mismanagement due to lack of proper financial management. So it is apt that these young people from the Ego Foundation take time to distribute multilingual pamphlets on the importance of maintaining and reading or computerized records of their sales and stock.
And this is what I know I'm able to make. These are the things that we want to teach you.
Then that I sell this thing.
Back here at this hall, women listen with rapt attention on how they can be financially included with the help of their mobile phones. The session is interactive.
I think they will charge about 800 and something, let's say 1,000 naira.
Then how do you reach out to those kind of group members?
Roland Ajetomobi is a serial entrepreneur. He is here to share knowledge and insights with the market women and entrepreneurs on the best way to go.
At the moment you are able to have a mobile device and you can subscribe to that device with internet and data, and you also have a bank account, you can use that device to make money.
Toluwase Olaniyan is a convener. He shares the idea behind desensitization and also speaks on plans to extend the program to other markets.
And for us, it is instructive at this time, right, and very, very important, helping women, supporting women through becoming better at their businesses. Of course, around where we have large markets and on the South communities. So we've been to Alimosho, been to Mushin. So the next stop, we're going to Ikorodu. We're going to, Fai, Egbeda, Badagry. Places where we can harness a large number of businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive. People feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to meet to have people they can afford what you are selling on your status. In your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online, and how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She Enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill, and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities.
Women in Nigeria are highly interested in becoming entrepreneurs, but face unique challenges to do so, such as barriers to access finance and business development services that are critical to formalizing and growing their business. And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa, Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know who exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, one Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we are not eating, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny. Like, so I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that? That Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you they go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go. So they go come carry you now tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, 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 like, upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information, and I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like a legal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the 3rd day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They were calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, we're going to 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And we're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hilux. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hilux. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hilux. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was so I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the Hilux again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the Hilux, and then the guys would sit around the Hilux. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the Hilux again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the Hilux and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I'm asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. But I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home. And I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the Hilux, the speed at which the Hilux was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the Hilux and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them. And if they come out, the next thing they do is to maybe hit you with something, saying all manner of languages. We didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold. 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see everybody here. they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain, and that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they will serve like 20 plates down, and then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice, and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that, please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it, and they were like, no, we need to tell them. It's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it. I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell, and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like, we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time, we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? Said the burger is the person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you're going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this people that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, you now see them begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminium gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in the water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. I could hear myself crying, and I was just crying, as in, you know, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That, yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything, and I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we were in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already, I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in the connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there, and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away, but that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere, that if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me, because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching. Maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb. Like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. And then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier, the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she knew the work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said I would rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mashe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that. That is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her. That she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool working for them. So you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls and they run away with them and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in 2. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But he felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours, that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. we could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all, and up until then I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well, and eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy. Getting back to my feet, like I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in a Tiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. I will be talking about multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Victor Onyekere will be discussing about NYC at 50, and Stephen Agiode will be giving us lessons from Sudan as usual. Expect interesting conversations. We will be back after this break. Multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Adolf Hitler once said, when diplomacy ends, war begins. On the other hand, Fareed Zakaria, CNN international correspondent, said, foreign policy is a matter of costs and benefits, not theology. Nigeria has always been a prominent figure in African politics, forming alliances with various countries and international organizations to promote peace and stability in the continent. However, the ongoing crisis in Sudan has revealed the need for Nigeria to strengthen its multilateral relationships to better protect its citizens in diaspora. Many Nigerians are currently stuck in Sudan, facing various challenges such as lack of access to basic necessities like food, shelter, and health care. Unfortunately, Nigerians' efforts to bring its citizens back home have been slowed down by diplomatic difficulties and bureaucracies. To address this issue, Nigeria needs to strengthen the diplomatic image in Africa by working more closely with African Union and the United Nations to ensure the safety of Nigerians abroad. Inclusivity and progressivism should be prioritized in the approach to foreign policy, much like the new British monarch, King Charles III, focused on strategies that promote selfless service, growth and prosperity for all. This will foster unity and development between African states. Foreign policies and ethics are integral to a country's survival in international system, and Nigeria needs to put its best foot forward to achieve this. The recent example of the peaceful fight between ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine in Turkey during a peace negotiation highlights the importance of diplomacy and the need for mutual respect between countries. In conclusion, Nigeria needs to strengthen its multilateral relationships with other countries and international organizations to protect its citizens in diaspora through a focus on inclusivity and progressivism. Nigeria can foster unity and development between African states by prioritizing diplomacy and mutual respect. Countries can achieve a peaceful and stable international system benefiting all. I'm going to start with you, sir. You know, I actually raised 3 case studies here. Case study 1 is the current situation in Sudan. But before we talk about Sudan, let's just quickly say something about the new British monarch. Just something nice. You know, for the past 70 years, of course, Queen Elizabeth reigned after her father. The father tried to take UK out of depression following the Second World War, right? And then Queen Elizabeth came on board as young queen now, and she presided over League of Nations, including Commonwealth, you know, trying to foster prosperity. And then her son, King Charles III, is emphasizing selfless service for all. Selfless service and inclusivity. That's the only way the monarch can be sustained as influential in this. So I just want to hear one thought from you, and then Victor will delve into other issue.
Well, the royalty in England has played a big role in the Commonwealth when we are talking about diplomacy and ability to impact nations. Many Nigerians have taken advantage of Commonwealth scholarships and all that. We have benefited a lot from that. And indeed, sometimes in the economic sphere, it has been useful for us and all that. We come from the background of the fact that they were colonial rulers.
He was good there.
And but then we have evolved over time into becoming partners. The situation is really unlike the one you have with the French and assimilation, where some will say that when the French left, they left colonies. They didn't live independent states. I mean, you have countries without central banks virtually. They rely on France to dictate the value of their currency. Sure, yeah. But with Britain, we have virtually become partners. We have evolved to the extent that the constitution we run today is not even the one they left for us. We use the American constitution to show the extent of our independence. In 1963, we left the jurisdiction of the Privy Council So we became fully independent. So since then, we have virtually become with them partners, equals. Although under the Commonwealth, we have gained a lot and all that. So it's a point to say to the British, congratulations.
Congratulations to the British.
On the coming into being of a new monarch.
King and a new
era. To hope that it will usher in a greater period of cooperation between Nigeria and Britain.
Okay, Victor, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I would just piggyback on what King Charles III said about selflessness and inclusivity. I think it's very important because when you look at it, it's that word selflessness is something that we're very akin to in Nigeria, and I think that if leaders, right, can emulate that certain virtue, which is serving, knowing that when you are in any position of leadership, right, it's actually the position to serve people. And selflessness is really, it's really about thinking about the highest good of other people and not just, what I want to do with this power, right? But what change can I effect? Where can I take the people to? How can I make things easier, better, more progressive for the people? And then also inclusivity is also very important. We must now shun, like Stephen said, right? Lesson for African leaders. How can we be more inclusive, getting everybody carried along, right? Somebody once said that when you look at people who are quote unquote disabled, they are not. They are just abled in another format. Sure. So it's ability in another format. So, there's the non-inclusiveness of women, and things like that. So we need to bring everybody together. We need to build, societies that are all inclusive. So, kudos to the British, kudos to, it was a very wonderful ceremony.
No, you watched it.
So I can only wish...
I couldn't help watching it too.
I can only wish them all the best. Good one.
Okay, I'm going to talk something now. I want us to say something else. The next issue on brand, talking about, according to Adolf Hitler, and I just stated it as when he said, when diplomacy fails, war begins. And you saw what happened 2 weeks ago. That was, I consider, quite inhumane and disturbing and perhaps disgraceful. Two ambassadors fighting. You saw it like, let's say about 2 weeks ago, the Russian ambassador and an ambassador from Russia and an ambassador from Ukraine involving in a physical fight. Like it was like a kind of ugly situation considering what is happening now in Ukraine. So I want to hear your thoughts on this. How do you think world leaders can garner and to solve the problem? A lot of persons have died in Russia and Ukraine. So what do you think? I want to hear your thoughts on this from a diplomatic angle.
There are a lot of issues on the ground in Ukraine and a lot of geopolitics that is going on. You remember Russia is a successor state to USSR, which was engaged in Cold War with the West. What we are seeing it's an evolution of that, what was going on at that time. Putin is trying to restore the Russian state as it was. The gradual collapse of the Russian state is what led to the emergence of states like Ukraine, Belarus, all these states, is their collapse. But Putin sees the world in terms of that time. Is, in my view, unable to reconcile himself with the collapse of the Soviet Union. What you find in these ambassadors fighting is a physical embodiment of what is happening between their nations.
Russia and Ukraine.
It's a conflict that it would not be easy to solve. I don't envy any diplomat trying to solve it, because in order to solve it, you need to know that these things go back a long way. The history between even Ukraine, how Ukraine came to be part of USSR in the first place, and all that, the history, the cultural differences and all that. You have to delve far back into their history. And then the position of Russia vis-a-vis the West. The different values in terms of democracy and autocracy and all that. There's a proxy war going on between values of between different values and different ways of seeing the world. That's what we are seeing.
But humanity is suffering.
A clash, you may say, of civilizations.
Humanity is suffering, despite the views, theologies, philosophy, whatever. Humanity is suffering. How do we help humanity?
Well, the truth is that when war has been part of the existence of humanity, I pray that there can be a truce in the conflict between them. Just that while the principal parties ruling the two nations and ruling on, why the principal characters in this conflict remain in power, I really don't see it. Why the principal powers remain, principal characters remain in power. Putin remains in power, and the American president remains who he is. The Ukrainian president remains who he is. I really don't see how diplomacy can really change things.
Okay, before I come to you, Victor, I'd like us to go to the next topic on our regarding diplomacy and the Sudan crisis. Some people said it's not time for Uhuru. I don't know, I think you've read that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru. Mr. Stephen, you must have heard of that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru.
Yes.
Right? It's not yet time for freedom.
Yes.
Not yet time to celebrate. You know, recently the President-elect Ashwadu Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he has been on several, he's out of Nigeria now. They said he's in Europe for is it state visit or working visits?
Yes.
Working visit, right?
Yes, yeah.
And some presidents of some countries have, or some top people, including organizations, in different countries, have shown interest in wanting to see him or wanting to have his presence because he's a new elected president. And then what happened last week or so, while he was in, is it last week or last 2 weeks? While he was in Port Harcourt, Governor Wiki invited him to come and commission projects. And but some other persons are of the school of thought that we can only have one president at a time. Wait for your turn. Wait for your turn. It's not your time. Wait, relax. Why some other person said, okay, it's a good thing, hits the ground running. So he's trying to prepare himself. So when he lands in Nassau Rock, he hits the ground running. But more importantly, whichever way, I'm concerned more about Nigerian perception. The administration of President Buhari is almost over. It's almost time up. So let's talk about going forward. What better ways do you think Nigerians can strengthen their imagery? We don't use the principle of reciprocity here. You saw what happened between Nigeria and South Africa. Xenophobic attack and all those things. I'm not trying to whip up sentiment here. I'm not trying to cause any problem. I respect South Africans. They are nice people. They have good people. However, some unfortunate things happened. And this issue has not been addressed properly because one way or the other, Nigerians are suffering. And the government of Nigeria has not been able to say, suffering in mostly African countries, image problem. The same, during the period of Sudan evacuation, a Nigerian business, I think a Nigerian businesswoman that deals with selling wigs or something, she was in Ghana for a trade fair. And what did they do to her? I don't know that you follow that news. They asked her to leave or they asked her to shut down. They actually came to destroy her trade fair. That, look, you are coming to spoil market for we Ghanaians. Yeah, it happened. Yeah. So these things, I can go on and on and on. Is it the fact that Ethiopians shut down their borders against Nigerians and say, no, we need visa to cross? Or Egypt trying to, the President Buhari had to call the President LCC before they could open their borders to Nigeria. So is there something that we can do, we can advise the government to do? Because we are talking about promoting African Union, strengthening African Union, promoting free trade agenda and making Africa a strong economic bloc in the world. But if you are having this fragmentation in Africa, it can't happen. So what do you think about it?
Yeah, you see, I think that it's even important what we are talking about now because after African free trade is about to take off, which means that Africans should prepare we've signed the agreement. We are going to have to get to the stage where we start trading with ourselves. That's what the new government should actually be preparing for, linking up with other governments. Whether we like it or not, borders are going to have to be relaxed. African head of states will have to meet with each other more. And then African trade will have to boom. Nigeria should be preparing itself for such an eventuality now. That's what we should be preparing for. That's what other African countries should be preparing for. Just like Europe has shown. With a united unit, you can go far. Africa should be, our coming head of state should be strategizing along those lines. The problem we had with the South Africans was simple. The average South African does not know how much Nigeria contributed to their liberation struggle.
And being a refugee to Mandela.
Yes, and at the time they first saw Nigerians, they saw perhaps the worst of us. Unfortunately, our economy was bad. And then many Nigerians went there that were perhaps not the best representation of Nigerians. But it is not strange what has happened. What has happened between Nigeria and South Africa actually happened between Nigeria and Ghana. You remember?
Yeah,
in 69, the Ghanaians deported us, and we deported Ghanaians. They first deported us.
And they were deported. Okanda Shehu Shagari.
Then later, in the 60s, they deported us. We then deported them. So then the South Africans are like this. Maybe it's a lack of awareness. Maybe our military governments too, the way they pursued diplomacy. When you pursue diplomacy, it's like the relationship between you. You must always remember also your own self-interest, so that when you are doing something, you think of what is in it for me.
Cost and benefit.
The way America goes out and does things for countries, they always think, what is in it for America? How can America benefit? You see what they did for the Koreans, but they ensured that American companies benefited from that. Even when they did Afghanistan, they ensured American benefited from it. When we do foreign, we went to Liberia and we didn't get anything much from it. When we do our foreign policy, we are not thinking in terms of what we will get from it. It's something that needs to be changed. There's no Father Christmas in the world. Just like an individual, you can't just be giving people things and without thinking of what you get from it. It's a basic concept in international relations. We need, with South Africans, to forget what is happening at the moment. We need to forget and forgive because it happens between nations. What we need to do is, how do we start a new relationship with them in which we show that we can trade together, and these two countries can partner to raise the profile of Africa. Sure. Because these are the two powerhouses of Africa today.
You know, it's quite unfortunate that Obasanjo contributed to his peace deal in Ethiopia. He was the one that actually chairman on behalf of the African Union, and ending 2 years civil war in Tigray region versus Ethiopian government to a halt. Then Obasanjo is the former president of Nigeria, and then Nigerians were fleeing a war in Sudan to Ethiopia, and this same Ethiopian government shot their doors against Nigeria. That's quite funny. So I know you want to say something, Victor, as we round up.
Well, I mean, as we wrap up, it also piggybacks back to, what I said earlier, which is really about, you mentioned something around African Union. If we're trying to build a lot of solid ties, we're trying to build something that will be transgenerational. Because if we just assume that we'll be here forever, right, you would not be, you're going to play the ball is going to pass to you, you will play in your own time, and at some point you won't be able to play. What legacies are we leaving behind? Why should I even require a visa to go to any African country? Why are we doing this to ourselves? And you go to the UK, you just wake up and you travel to the next neighboring country.
Scotland.
Do you understand? But you can't even try.
You can't do free trade that way.
But the thing is, we need to we also need to, I think something is wrong with us internally. And it's this thing that's also happening with, when you come down to Nigeria, where, you know, I mean, this is not even being tribalistic. It's certain, the Igbos are not united. I mean, that's just, is a strong, but that's the thing, right? So there's also this thing of, you know, you are Yoruba, but you are a foreign Yoruba, I'm a deeper Yoruba, you know, all of these things. So if Africa must come together, exactly, so we must begin to see ourselves as one. You know, I should wake up and pack my bags and go to Ethiopia without having to worry about anything. And Ethiopians should be able to come to Nigeria. We should begin to, I don't know if you watched that video that's been trending on Twitter, but I forgot, I think the president of Kenya, you know, he was talking about the fact that they treated us like kids, put us into a bus, you know. He was trending. Yeah, okay. Yes, he was trending. So I want to censor some things he said, but it was really profound. But again, he piggybacked to the fact that even amongst ourselves, we don't value ourselves.
I get.
We don't carry ourselves with dignity, you know. So in a way, I mean, the colonization happened many years ago. Exactly. But somehow there's still a mental slavery.
We are even worse off to ourselves.
Exactly, exactly. So I'll wrap up with this. It's almost like that king, right? That king that wanted to forgive debtors. So he sent for his, you know, servants, get me the debtors, you know, book list. And say, you know what? I forgive every one of you that's owed me so much money. And a certain man was owing the king the largest sum of money. He was forgiving that debt. Guess what? The man stepped out, right, and went to grab the truth of somebody that is within his environment that is owing him just 1/10 of that bigger debt that the king forgave him, you know, for. And so he couldn't forgive that small. The thing he heard about it, the king got angry and threw that man in jail. So it's this thing of within ourselves, we don't look after ourselves. We don't see ourselves as valuable. So how are, you know, those that are not of the African descendant, how would they see us as valuable? I mean, we need, it's a deep call of reflection for us. Yes. We need to start seeing ourselves differently. We need to start seeing ourselves of high value. Let's put up a solid front. African Union, we must be solid. Put up a solid front such that when these guys come in, right, we can say, oh, this is how we want to do things. We are united. But when you say, let me go to Ghana to do this, and say, no, don't worry anyway, I will go to Nigeria, they will accept. So you see, so when you say, oh no, these guys are united. So if you try to enter through Ghana, it doesn't work. You go to Ethiopia, you're not going to work. Oh, we've given you one voice. We are united on this matter. Exactly. But when you say, oh, Ethiopian president is saying no, let me go to Liberia, let me go to Senegal, they will say yes. There's no united front. We need to have that united front. That's what I'm advocating for today.
That's very good. That's fair. That's fair. Thank you very much for your input, gentlemen. Victor Onyekere is next after the break.
True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, a program where we celebrate Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country. It's uniquely different from every other TV program. Why? Because it's a celebration of Nigerians, both at home and in diaspora, who have achieved in their various fields. A celebration of patriotism, hard work, role models. It's all about Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country. My name is Zaki Adze. Join me every Thursday, 9 p.m. and a repeat broadcast every Sunday, 12:30 p.m. on this station to celebrate true Nigerians, heroes of our time.
NYC at 50. Many social media platforms have been flooded with image memories from people who have successfully passed through the National Youth Service Corps program in commemoration of NYC at 50 years. Amidst the different images from people, brought back, you know, some nostalgia. Many people shared their NYC experience. There are several key lessons to draw from these experiences, and if we're to make progressive headway with the NYC program, we must go back to the drawing board. The NYC program was created on the 22nd of May 1973 as an avenue for the reconciliation, reconstruction, and rebuilding of the nation after the Civil War. It was established based on the Decree number 24, which stated that the scheme was created with a view to the proper encouragement and development of common ties among the youths of Nigeria, and of course, the promotion of national unity. Some years ago, there had been a movement to scrap the NYSC program, and it had more negative impact than the intended positive impact for which it was originally designed in 1973. It stems from the fact that many young people wasted 11 months of their lives sitting in a remote village where they were literally incapacitated. I mean, if we think about it deeply, we all know that the NYSC program needs a lot of facelift. I personally do not hold the opinion that it should be scrapped, but we can do so much to revamping it into something much better. The program affords the government an opportunity to get real-time feedback from core members, but I doubt that the government has explored this opportunity. These feedbacks will become the necessary tool to rebuilding and restructuring the NYSC program. The program also reveals how much broken our educational system is. There is very low premium on education. There's also the issue of, national safety and national security, which has always been there. I strongly believe that the NYSC program is a massive opportunity for cultural awareness and integration across board. People shouldn't have to influence their deployment and posting, but it's happening till this very day. We won't pretend that we don't mostly know why people influence their deployment. There's a lot of untapped potential with the NYSC program. And I am especially calling on the government this very minute to invite relevant key stakeholders to take another critical look into the program. So I'm going to start with Elijah. You served during the National Youth Service Corps program, right? What was the experience for you?
I served in 2017, 2018.
Awesome.
August 2017 to July 2018 in Anambra, specifically Onitsha. Well, aside from the nice food, ofaku and rice, I don't joke with that.
Yeah,
aside from
that's
the
like
nice
cultural
food,
integration, right?
Cultural integration.
Yeah.
I am able to go and test my Igbo understanding. Actually, I understand Igbo language to a very good extent, and I can write to a very good extent. I may not be able to speak fluently, but it was an opportunity for me to test my Igbo. But the good thing is, during the period of my service, I met people from different parts of the world, Nigeria, that came there to serve, and of course, we learned quite a lot of things, meeting people and the rest. But the service itself, the scheme itself, I think there's supposed to be some overhauling. Let me give you an example. They want to emphasize skill acquisition because of trying to give us this idea that don't expect the government to provide job for you.
Yeah.
You can actually acquire skill and use this for your own economic advantage. But the process by which they recruit people to give you such kind of number one, the trainings are not sufficient enough. Timing, and maybe some people are not really in tune with what they're in for.
Yeah.
So I think they can work with stakeholders to make it more meaningful. Over the years, NYSC has, I wouldn't say it has outlived its purpose. This period that we're having problem of, I don't want to use the word national disintegration, but you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
People saying, oh, this, you are from social tribe, you don't marry this.
Yeah.
I think NYSC scheme should be fostered to help national integration, but it should be revamped.
True.
It should be revamped because I remember a case where, when you go to when we're in camp, we learned quite some things. But if you check, these things they're teaching you, is it relevant to today's markets? Now, those days, if you go for and serve, it has served this purpose. They need teachers in villages and all those things. Yeah, it's okay. But right now, Nigeria should not be dragged to that level. Just being a rural teacher, that's all. You want to help the government in helping educate children in a rural environment. What will the government do for you? How can you be able to key into the 21st century business-like era or recommended skill? So I think the government should look into it.
Fantastic.
And it's a good thing that some other countries are copying, I wouldn't say copying us, but they're emulating us. Countries like Niger Republic, I think that was the time their president came to Nigeria, I think some years back, where they wanted to launch their own national service. Even Ghana does same. Ghana does same. Other countries like Israel, South Korea, their own is more military-like. Yeah. But I think whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well.
Wow, awesome, Elijah. So let me come back to Mr. Stephen. So basically, right, it's been a long time you served. I don't know if you can remember your experience.
No.
But hold on. So I'd like to share your experience, and also, what do you think? I mean, it would also be good to glean on, several decades since you served, and then looking at what it is now, right? And how can we really tap into the full potential of this program?
Okay, so I served in the last year of the 80s. And
where?
In Niger State, Mina.
Okay,
Mina.
Now, my experiences, well, I think I found in the ordinary Nigerian there a fellowship, a welcome. I mean, on a broad look at it, I was welcomed by people I did not know. Once it was recognized that I was a youth corper, amenities were made, accommodation was made for me. Oh, he's a youth corper, let's see what we can do and all that. So on that level, just imagine if people like us had not gone there, that just seeing people from another culture, just seeing other people would not have happened. So on that level, there's much to say. It's progressive about youth corps. But then we lose a lot when, like we mentioned, you have these manipulations of you transfer, you are doing redeployment and all these things. You miss the purpose. And these days it has become massive. Even that essence of mixing up with cultures that you don't know, we miss it a lot.
But you can't blame them now, considering what happened in 2011 in Kaduna, where core members were killed following the re-election of, or should I call it re-election? Okay, following the election, it was actually not a
very unfortunate
of Goodluck Jonathan.
Very unfortunate.
Security concerns.
Very unfortunate. Also, on another level, I want to take it from the management level. Over the years, I think also what has not been looked at is how NYSC itself has been managed. Has it been prudently managed economically, and all those factors need to be looked at. When you embark on such huge projects, there should be time when you come back and reflect on what you are doing. I don't think that kind of reflection has gone on with NYSC. NYSC is an offshoot of something old. America used to have what they called Peace Corps, but they use it as an instrument of diplomacy. Yeah. They take a young person who has graduated and bring him to your country to teach and all that. We, in Nigeria here, we receive such people. They managed it up to the point they realized, okay, are we getting the bang for the buck? And they gradually did away with it. Like you said, other countries do military service. What other countries do with military services, they look at it and say, we are not constantly at war. Do we need a standing army of this proportion? Can we use young people coming up to be stopgap and to keep them in the army as people who can be brought back? America does something like that. South Korea does something like that. And some other countries, Switzerland does something like that, where the bulk of the army is the youth. They are trained. They are part of the army for a number of years till they are 40. But they go to work. If there's a war, they could be called back. In that way, you are managing your resources in terms of you are not wasting money, which is where I go back to what I was talking about fund management and all that. Because what they are doing, they are killing two birds with one stone. They are having an army at the same time.
Working class people.
Working
class people and the army.
Working class people and the army and all that. So those help their security along the line and all that. The issue of insecurity across the country is a big issue that will need us to reflect on the value of NYSC. Nobody wants to train anybody and send him defenseless to a place where he's endangered.
And come back in the box. Imagine how many people left their father's house, but they were brought back to their father's house in a box, called a casket.
So they can't defend them. So if to say they were sent into to be like in a military outfit, they will defend themselves. They will have things to defend themselves. They will be part of an army. But here, they are just sent there and they are left at anyone's mercy. But
there was a time one senator proposed the idea of military training for NYSC, and it was turned down. Remember now? That was under
there's still the 3 weeks.
Right from the beginning, right from the beginning, it was raised. Right from the inception of NYSC, it was raised. We were a military rule at that time, and the military did not like it. Although, ironically, every NYSC station is headed by military man.
Yeah, by Brigadier General.
Brigadier General still. But they didn't like the idea. So we need to look at the insecurity in the land and ask ourselves whether, in the light of the insecurity that is going on, we may not need to adjust, because insecurity is not going to go away easily. You have a situation where Boko Haram, ISIS and all that are growing. Above us, you have all kinds of things going on in Mali, Chad and all that and all that and all that. So we like I said, you don't have big projects like this without sitting back after some time and reflecting. Come back, sit down and reflect on what you are doing. What are the challenges? What is the future? What is the forward way forward? I don't see, at 50, you should expect, I don't know whether there's such a colloquium of them coming back to seriously talk about what's the future of NYSC, given all the challenges that it's facing.
What's the next 50 years going to look like?
Are we going to move forward towards a paramilitary something, or is it giving us bang for the buck, or is it not? And with these redeployments, what's going on? We need to sit down and think of it, reflect for the future, plan for the future. Other nations which progress, this is what they do. There's no perfect anything. Every time you come and you fine-tune and you think about it, but you must always do it honestly for your own progress.
Fantastic.
Profound.
All right. So I believe we can do great things within these 12 months. We only need to intentionally create the enabling environment to make it happen. Stephen Agiode is next after the break. Please stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Lessons from Sudan. In the morning of the 15th of April 2023, the world woke up to the news of open armed conflict in the city of Khartoum, capital of Sudan, between rival factions within the government of Sudan. The conflict is escalating and threatens to explode into a full-scale civil war. To be sure, Sudan is no stranger to war. It seems to have walked into conflict soon after its birth in 1956, when its then southern parts, unhappy with lack of autonomy, went to war. Many years after, and at the price, amongst other things, of an estimated 2 million dead, Southern Sudan eventually emerged as an independent state in 2011, and its own internal conflicts promptly began. Nigeria has a human stake in the happenings in Sudan. Many Nigerians go for their education, sometimes sponsored by state governments. Beyond this, technically, Sudan has always been a refuge for Nigerians. If Section 25 of the Constitution is soberly read, it must not be forgotten, for one, that the children and followers of the last Sultan of Sokoto, before the conquest of the Sokoto Empire by the British, Mohammed Atiru I, lived there and called it home. In many respects, our pre- and post-colonial histories are not dissimilar. There are lessons to be drawn from their experience. The first one, many years after independence, the fact is still not recognized that our nations were arbitrarily cobbled together by our colonizers, leaving ethnic fissures that require understanding and careful handling. There can be no sustainable development without peace, but sustainable peace will not be guaranteed by fiat and the martial boots. There must be a continuous and sincere discussion and bargains for the best arrangement of power that will move our nations forward. Here, there have been much discussion on restructuring, some sincere, some in contempt. But what we must say is that serious attention should be paid to it. Secondly, in general, we must do everything to limit foreign interference in our domestic politics. Every nation, like every human being, has its own interest. Implicated in Sudan's crisis is the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Russia, even the EU, which provided funding to a faction there to police a fence against a wave of immigration. This is, of course, not a license to roll out the artillery against citizens who seek foreign aid against oppression. To the contrary, it is an admonition to leaders to avoid creating the conditions that promote helplessness and the sense of oppression and injustice that leads to these interventions by constantly and sincerely taking into account the desires of all their people and not only some. Thirdly, there is a need for African nations, including Nigeria, to develop the capacity of their states to assume full control of the mining and trade of natural resources. One of the factional heads involved in this crisis owns gold mines. The oil bunkering now prevalent here is the cousin of the illegal mining of solid minerals. Sudan teaches us we should not thereby allow ordinary citizens and even foreign bandits to become de facto states unto themselves. Lastly, increasingly, the muscles of the African Union have grown flabby. Since the Arusha Accords that played a part in ending the Rwandan conflict, African leaders have largely stood by as the conflicts in DRC, Libya, Cameroon, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Mali, and others have festered. The EU needs to rediscover its mission, especially in the area of mediation and peer-to-peer review of its leaders.
This is really... You know what caught my attention there was the African Union.
Yes.
The conflict in Cameroon. I remember in 2019, I traveled to Cameroon via the sea from Oran. Took a speedboat to Cameroon. When I got there, it was not really very pleasant. The people are generally nice, but the situation at that time was there was war, civil war.
Yes. So, between the English-speaking parts.
The Ambazonian, what they call them, the English and the French.
Exactly.
So, at that point, at some point, I was harassed at the border, close to the border, because I was trying to have conversation with a French-speaking military officer. She's a woman. I think one of the gender marine. Yeah, gender marine. she was not very fluent in speaking English. I was not very speaking French. And I was trying to talk to her.
Gendam.
She could not understand. She didn't really understand where I was coming from.
Okay.
And I was going back to Nigeria. And I was rough-handed just because of that.
Yes.
And you know what? The excuse, you look at one silly thing they said that really broke my heart was that, you know, the country is at war. We can just label you as one of the troublemakers. I was like, what's the meaning of that? Like, as we Africa, have we gone to this level? Killings in Cameroon.
Yes.
And they won't allow foreign press, especially, not even the press, to even capture anything. And yes, African Union will sit down there and be having general assemblies. What are they discussing in the general assemblies? The conflicts in Ethiopia was one, and thank God Olusegun Obasanjo was able to chairman the peace deal. But you know, we should not wait for outsiders to come and solve our problem as Africa. We can do more. Let's muzzle up. African Union has a lot to offer.
I agree.
Muzzle up.
The conflict in DRC, for instance, for me, is very shameful. I mean, and this is one of the misgivings I have about Kigami, because you virtually have one small African state twisting in its thumbs a bigger African state.
Yeah.
You know, and all that. You have other regional countries involved. These are countries controlled by the same leaders in the African Union that should be making the peace. At a point, you remember there was a point in their conflict where even South Africa was involved. It's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Very big shame.
Yeah. It's a big shame. These are the things we should sit down in Africa. As we go into NAFTA and all that, and we are trying to do free trade, that we should think about and talk about seriously. We can't go on like this. This can't go on forever.
The assignment we are giving them is African Union, try to foster unity and peace amongst African nations.
Yes.
Real integration, economic integration. You know, we can become a very strong economic bloc to the world. It's not that every time there's problem in Africa or there's problem in the world, you see different world powers, Russia, US, China, they will come and start picking different states and start giving them something. I want to use and influence you. So
in fact, I'm happy you've mentioned it, because actually that's what's happening in Africa now. You see above us in the Maghreb, you hear the Russian Wagner group is always there. Some say it's even in Nigeria here, and that some of the clashes you see for all these bandits and all that
even
are motivated by them, because
they were accusing France that they have.
Yes, because where there's confusion, they can mine more. You see what happened in Sudan. The man owned a gold mine.
One of the generals.
The general that is causing.
Is he the president or the vice president?
No, the vice president.
The vice president.
He owns,
and he's fighting the president.
Exactly.
You see, the problem with Sudan was that both of them connived to remove the president. Then
exactly.
What's his name again? His name was. He actually set up these two generals so that he will remain in power. One will fight one in case if they want to remove him. The team teamed up and removed him. Now they are fighting themselves.
So what I'm saying is, the point I was making with that was, look, don't let individuals be bigger than the state. We see
government should be of laws.
We talk of privatization, but let us be careful. And that's one of the lessons I was saying we should draw in Nigeria. Let us be careful that we don't move into oligarchy. Where
that's the
few privileged
exactly where the state is actually controlled by individuals, and the individuals are stronger than the government.
Yes, we should build strong institutions that will outlive any human. Not the other way around.
Not the other way around. So these are the lessons. You can have states. If, for instance, someone corners the oil in Nigeria, you imagine what that person virtually owns Nigeria. It's a cautionary tale that may be happening.
What I'm going to say in all of this is, I think oftentimes the enemy is within. Right? The enemy that we're fighting is within, and not without. If you can conquer the enemy within, then it's easier to, again, picking back to what I said earlier, putting up a solid front. We must conquer the enemy within. We must conquer ourselves. We must conquer our self-centeredness. We must come together as much as, politics is played everywhere virtually, even in the United States and all of that. But there's an approach, right? You know, there's always that, I've been seeing some of these U.S. government political series on Netflix, right? When you see how they govern, there's always that thin line they're not going to go beyond. You know, this is where we draw the line on this, right? So there's this balance, you know, in their political approach. Well, most of them. But I mean, when you look at Africa, we don't even value the value of a human life is almost next to nothing. The value of a human life. What do you say?
It's a piece of bread to some people. Give them a piece of bread and they kill some people.
So the value of a human life is like this, you know, it's just like any, you just throw it away and it doesn't matter, right? So we need to come back again to our values.
And I also want to go to one extreme. If you look at the past history of Europe and wars and all that, you'll notice that the wars were fought by leaders to benefit not themselves but the state.
The state, yeah.
If you look at Napoleon, if you look at Bismarck,
Napoleon
even if you look at the Hitler you mentioned, he was not fighting so that he could become rich.
Yeah.
That's the problem in Sudan.
That was leadership, but of course in the reverse. But I mean, that's leadership.
Yeah, that's leadership. There's a negative
Osama bin Laden is a leader.
Exactly. So they are fighting for their state, not for themselves.
For something bigger
than them.
Yeah.
This is what Africans need to develop.
We must think beyond our pockets,
exactly.
And of course, like you said, build a global institution, something that will outlive.
If Napoleon was fighting for himself, he would probably have been the richest man in the world. But he wasn't. That was
something I still want us to drop in our consciousness and to our viewers out there, including government listening, African Union members of member states of African Union. How come we have beautiful countries like Egypt? Yeah, Egypt. They always call them Middle East and North Africa. Middle East and North Africa. Why? I'm not saying it's wrong to form. Anybody can form their own economic bloc, but notwithstanding, can we associate more with Africans?
Morocco too is also.
Yeah, they're always wanting to be referred to as Middle East. We want to associate with Saudi Arabia.
Well, they will come and play African.
But when it comes to Africa, they don't want to be associated. Let me something good. We are Africans. When it's something bad, we are not Africans.
Once free trade becomes fantastic here, everybody will. Once free trade becomes fantastic,
everybody has to play their part. President of Egypt, Mohamed El-Sisi, right? He should play his part. Every other president, including our own president or the incoming president.
But you know, right now, what is going on is that every African wants to go out. But perhaps when we are trading together and we see the benefit of trading with ourselves and moving together in a collective and helping to solve our own problems. I mean, sometimes you see a country want to borrow money. Some of the money they want to borrow is not something that cannot be raised in a prosperous Africa. You want to raise $8 billion. If we come together, are we really saying $8 billion is not something we can borrow within ourselves? You know, so
awesome. We'll get there.
Anybody can do whatever they want.
I think Ruto made that point.
Meet with whoever they want to meet, but more importantly, your home.
Yes.
You should also make your home strong as much as you want to explore other continents, other countries, other states. Make your home strong. Africa is our home, so make it strong. So that's the idea. The end always seems to come too soon on advocates. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
My ID starting salary is 150, and I believe in every company, if they should be paying individual or average Nigerian people to be collecting that such amount of salary, I think it will be beneficial for the citizen.
I would say a typical Nigerian working on a day-to-day job, I would say my salary will be nothing less than 70 to 80,000 naira. Because of my skills, I would say I'm a professional cleaner, though I own a cleaning company, but because of my skills and everything, I would say my this will be like, if I'm working for someone, it would be like 70 to 80,000.
Presently, our ideal salary is 100,000. My best work experience is a sales consultant, and I love the work presently, and the work is making me to have boldness to talk to people. Like, I've gone to several places that I've never been before. I've talked to people that's not even up to my caliber, and I've mingled a lot with kind of big men.
At least with the recent condition of this our country, if the minimum wage should be between a region of 60,000, at least for a start now, compared to the inflation we are facing now, the cost of living, accommodation and other charges. So at least for a start, 60,000 is not bad.
To me, probably if I say like 180,000 naira is manageable, that's as the way the country is right now. It's better than just sitting at home or for me to be frustrated and misbehaving. So instead of that, so let me just doing it. At least I can see at the end of the day, I won't be able to save anything down. I'll be able to use it to eat. That's all.
If you pay me 1 billion naira, I will not mind. If you pay 1 million a week, I will not mind. But the point remains, we are running an economy that ought to have grown. I don't belong to the class that say a growing economy. We ought to have grown. We are an overfed baby as far as Nigerian economy is concerned. Howbeit, given the society we are in today, some of the boys, I call them boys, at the National and even the State Assembly, and close to 2-3 million naira a month. So for some of us who've paid our dues, especially in the media, if going by the standard of living in this country today, 1 million naira would not be a bad idea.
My ideal working salary has been from 200 to 400 to get, and that's what I prefer to always get from any company, because I'm always a strategist. I render solutions to companies on how the company can move ahead as well there.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screens. I am Uime Elijah, and on today's show, we have an interesting event that you would absolutely enjoy. Pulse held its Dirty December for its Pulse digital community in Nigeria, who have engaged with the brand throughout the year. It was a night of fun, games, music, influencers, content creation, and great vibes. Pulse held its Dirty December for Pulse digital community in Nigeria, who have engaged with the brand throughout the year. It was a night of fun, games, music, influencers, content creation, and great vibes. With some exciting talent lined up to perform and food vendors on standby, the Pulse Fiesta kicked off with a bang, with hundreds of fans and community members began pouring into the landmark beach in Lagos, enjoying the background music and connecting with some of Nigeria's most popular digital influencers. The crowd at Pulse Fiesta came through with the vibes to match high energy.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you're watching me from, I am live at Pulse Fiesta, the 3rd edition. It is amazing, it is fun, it is electrifying. What better way to start your December than this? This promises to be a dirty December experience. I'm having a lot of fun. Are you having a lot of fun? My name is Booms, your favorite 007, and I'll be taking you on this journey through the Pulse Fiesta. My guys, let's go have fun. Come with me. We wanna party! We wanna party! Get in the mood, 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 get in the mood. Ginger, ginger, gingana, ginger, ginger, gingana, ginger, ginger, gingana, ginger, ginger, gingana. I said, who is in the garden? I'm on, I go pray to die. I said, who is in the garden? Come on, take it, take it, take it. Let's go. And Jordan is a toes. And Jordan is a toes. Touch a toes, 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 touch a toes. Toi, t'as des petits fans here. T'as des petits. I'm only you. Come on now. So make nobody pass. Say what? Say I carry you. Say I'm my way. I forgot you. Forgot you. So I need that when I talk. What? If you know, you know. Think I want. It is hard to walk. I want it waiting. I want it waiting. I want it go. One more time, everybody, let's go. They want to see me fall. That's it, bitch. Are you there? I really cannot feel your energy. What, baby? Are you ready? If you don't know, make you ask my to go. Say what? Where do they body? I'll be going to see God. If I do that, whatever you do, say I wanna feel your energy. with Fiona, the managing director of Pulse, and I know that you guys have been waiting to see the face behind this amazing event. Hi Fiona, how are you?
I'm amazing, baby. I'm at Pulse Fiesta. Of course I am.
I know, right? This is the 3rd edition. And you know, people have been expecting this way back. Was there any challenge you faced for this year?
We just always are trying to figure out what do the people want this year. You know, we always want to make sure we got the right artist, right location, and making sure we can keep it affordable. Because that's in December. They get crazy with these prices. And we want to make sure we can give people a fun vibe at an affordable price. So that was our whole mission the whole year, and I think we did it.
And so far, how on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think people are enjoying themselves?
I think it gotta be a 12, right? It gotta be a 12. Like, it's a 5. It's a 5.
Love it. On a scale of 1 to 10, can you rate the Fiesta?
I'll give it 10 over 10. Amazing.
So you're having fun?
Yeah, I'm having fun. Really.
That's good. It was nice having a chat with you. Thank you very much. Good night. All right, guys, I'm here with Funke at the Pulse Fiesta, and I just have some few questions to ask Funke. So, Funke, my first question is, how are you enjoying the Fiesta so far?
Well, school is fine and it's lovely.
Loving it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Christmas celebrations are coming in very fast. What is your New Year resolution?
New things. Just be happy, that's all.
You don't have a list of all those things they always list for New Year?
I don't know what the New Year will throw at him, but I just prefer that everything should be fine.
Okay. Hi guys, I'm here currently with Esther, and Esther has decided to answer all of my questions today. So Esther, this is your first time at Pulse Fiesta, right?
Yes, please.
How's the experience going so far?
It has been a lot of fun, from different games to dancing. It has been a lot of fun.
Okay, is there any artist you're expecting to see tonight?
I don't have expectation for artists because I feel good already.
So has anybody performed yet that has gingered you so far?
Melody, she has been amazing.
That's nice. Okay, so the celebrations are coming in so far. Christmas celebration, New Year. What is your New Year resolution?
It's a lot though, don't let us start here. It's a lot, there's a lot on ground. So it's just like a follow-up on the one for this year and continuation for next year. So which is basically like career and academics.
Okay. Hi guys, I'm currently here with Playdom at the Pulse Festival. Playdom, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good, I'm calm, just having fun.
Okay, that's nice. Is this your first time at Pulse Fiesta?
Actually, yes, this is my first time.
So how's it going so far?
It's been fun, fun experience, meeting new people, networking and all that. I'm also here for content, so it's been fun.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how will you rate the event tonight?
On a scale of 1 to 10, well, I would say 8.
Nice. It means you're really enjoying it.
I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it.
Okay, guys, I am here currently with Tommy, and Tommy is having fun with her family here. And I'm just going to have a quick chat with Tommy. Tommy, hi, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
How are you enjoying the Fiesta so far?
It's been fun, although I got here late, but then it's been fun.
I see you're playing games. How's the game going so far? Are you winning?
Am I winning? Yeah, and I'm winning, but we didn't meet a lot of games, so...
Okay, nice. So on a scale of 1 to 10, from what you've seen so far, how will you rate the Fiesta?
Actually, I was referred from last 2 years when they had it, and my husband was like, oh, it's fun. So compared to what I was expecting, I'll just rate it for 7.
All right, guys, I am here with Dolakwa, and Dolakwa is feeling fly today. He says he's a content creator. So let's see how much this content creator is going to answer my question. Hi, Dolakwa, how are you today?
Good, I'm good.
Okay, how are you enjoying the Fiesta so far?
It's cool so far. So far it has been good, yeah?
Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, can you rate this Fiesta?
I'll say 9. Because I've not seen my artist yet, so I'll say 9 for now.
Okay, so who is your artist?
Let's say, I think Charlie Pop is coming, huh? Charlie Pop is coming, yeah, I think Charlie Pop.
Okay, so Charlie Pop is the artist you're looking forward to?
For now, me mouth now.
Okay, so you're going to do me a favor. You're going to sing one Charlie Pop song for me.
I can't sing from beginning to the end, though.
Okay, guys, I am here with the beautiful and pretty Becky. Hi, Becky. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, is this your first time at the Fiesta?
Yeah.
How's it going so far?
I'm having fun. I'm excited. It was what I was anticipating for, so I'm really excited to be here.
On a scale of 1 to 10, can you rate the Fiesta?
I would say a 7.
Nice, means you're having fun. Is there any artist you're expecting to see tonight?
Charlie Papi!
Okay, I like that excitement. So you're going to do me one thing now. You're going to sing one of Charlie Papi's songs for me.
No, wait. Small body, big engine, small body, big money, say, come on for a road, come on for a road, come on for a road now, man, they come on for a road, come on for a road, come on for a road now, man, they come.
Nice, thank you very much. Okay.
Here we go. Everybody must chop breakfast, collect money, must chop paper, Kadako money, Come on. Too many rain, I got beat the back. Come on, body for Charlie, for me. When you looking money, tell you something. My body electric, that which is in the night, so I'm making left. So it's back.
Hold on, if you know you're a Gen Z tonight, make some noise. Do you know the meaning of Gen Z? If you know you are a Gen Z from the 2000 up, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Abi? Now, if you know you are a millennial, make some noise. All the 90s. Now, we want to do a millennial versus a Gen Z edition. Are you ready for that? See, millennial, me, I'm a millennial. I want more short Gen Z, say they don't get level. All the millennials say Gen Z don't get level. Gen Z, tell them say old school. Yo, DJ, give me the difference. Let's enumerate the difference. Are you ready? Now the DJ will tell us, if you hear millennial, anybody who sing that, when I understand the vibe. Let me get. What I DJ and Gen Z, I don't know. DJ, you ready? DJ is a Gen Z or millennial? Gen Z or millennial? DJ and Gen Z? DJ will get 2 wives. Hey, DJ, you ready? Play me song. Yeah, brand new dope head production. Yeah, come on. Listen. Come on. What? Yo, listen. DJ, don't rush it. Hold on. All the millennials, do your hands up and down. Let's go. One could make Gen Z vex. One make them vex. DJ, play that song again. Play that song. Let's go. Let's go, everybody. Production. It's official. Come on. And the music that we play, we do it. Dance time. What? Ladies and gentlemen. What? Helen Joe. Another one. Everybody's in a hurry. What? What's it? Come on. Give it back. Okay. Here we go. Touchdown, program, because problem.
break all the rules. You choose. If you don't stay or you go, snooze. I know you take you with time. When you want to chop, I say keep it. You want chop, I know you chop. With this my time to me, I know you club. No go make them say you to the love. No go they take you say I to the love. What's my name? Jesse J. Don't know the name. Jesse J. Who's the bad guy? Jesse J. It's my criminal. Jesse J. Jesse J. Jesse J. Jesse J. Don't see my song, let me turn up. Beating from sundown to sun up. We said I wash, now we did it all. It's a shot down when we roll up. Okay, in the bango. Can they get it loud, yo? We can get it from the crowd, yo. This is the mashallah, no problem. Whatever you let me try to break it down. Take the spelling in my time to make it now. Step into the club, vibes on the check. Pull up, step, do this on the deck. Play with the vibe, back my selector. Tell you wanna ride, cruise with the best. Tell you going nine Lagos to Manchester. I'm only lying, back my distractor. Are you ready for this one? Yeah. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go down, hey. Go down, hey. Listen about this kid. Oh, boy. Every day is a real event. I just keep on the my music no go relent. Then they talk on day and day. We just stay here to talk about me. I get the power, come and go. Don't let them, they can show you that there's none but that. Me and no take come for no backer. We go break off the road, showstopper. Hey, no limit, and show something down there. Chinese so bright and they can't limit. If you got a dream, they shoot.
Guys, your girl is back. Booms, your favorite 007 is here again. And we just wrapped up on the 3rd edition of Pulse Fiesta. It has been an amazing night. It has been a splendid night. It has been a night filled with fun, games, in fact, all type of electrifying energy. I couldn't get enough of it. Did you get enough of it? Well, this is where we sign up on the 3rd edition. Next year promises to be better. Next year promises to be amazing. Next year promises to be a bomb. We had fun. I hope you had fun. This is where I sign out. Good night, Lagos. Good night, Nigeria.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Ime Elijah, and enjoy your weekend.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Ahead of Edo 2024 governorship election, a member representing Esako Federal Constituency at the House of Representatives, Honorable Dekeri Anamero, has cautioned against politics of turn by turn, and Nigerian Army claims responsibility for airstrike which killed over 30 Kaduna villagers. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. Member representing Esako Federal Constituency at the House of Representatives, Honorable Dekeri Sunday Anamero, has cautioned against turn-by-turn politics. He said reducing Edo State to, quote, just mere turn-by-turn politics will be dangerous for our collective polity, economy, as well as the survival of the state, unquote. Anamero is seeking the All Progressive Congress's APC's nomination in the gubernatorial poll, stated over the weekend when he flagged off his campaign as he charged the people to beware of ill-prepared aspirants. Joining us live is Oseni Momodu, Senior Special Assistant Media and Publicity to Honorable Anamero Dekere, Member House of Representatives and frontline governorship aspirant in Edo State. Good to have you.
Thank you so much, Plus TV. Good evening to you.
Thank you. Good evening. What is your principal bringing to this game? We now have had a number of the big and the glorious haven't declared. So what is he bringing to the game?
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your invitation to Plus TV Africa. Very quickly, you have said it all. The Edo 2024 governorship election is just around the corner. And by the special grace of God, my principal, Honorable Anamero Dekere, member representing Esako Federal Constituency and frontline APC aspirant in the next gubernatorial election in our dear state, by the special grace of God, will be bringing a lot of goodies to the people of Edo State. Of course, Anamero has been a man who stands for peace, who stands for progress, who stands for employment, who stands for development, who stands for project, among others. Today, Honorable Anamero, by the special grace of God, has been a philanthropist. His philanthropic gesture over the last 12 years has brought a lot of goodies to the people of Edo State and beyond. As a gubernatorial aspirant contesting for the next election in Edo State, just on Saturday, when he officially declared interest to run for the governorship election, he reeled out a campaign program which he coined on Christian as Veteran of Hope. He christened that Veteran of Hope mainly because today in our state, Edo State, many people have lost focus, many people have lost hope. And the only hope that we are aspiring, that we are craving for today in Edo State is Honorable Anamero Dekere. The successive administration that we have had in our dear state have really done well, but we believe very well that by the special grace of God, ours, if given the opportunity, nominated and elected as governor, he will do better. If you look at the manifesto very clearly, Anamero promised to give free education to the people of Edo State if nominated and elected under the Unprogressive Congress. He also promised on health that by the special grace of God, if nominated and elected, he will try as much as possible by way of policy to ensure that the people across different senatorial zones of Edo North, Edo Central, and in Edo South will be given fair treatment in terms of provision of facility in medicines. For example, if you listen to that program, that was on Saturday, he said, he narrated a story where at a particular instance, while he was traveling within the state, there was an accident which he had to stop by to assist the victims. So they had to travel for distance before they could get, health facility. And by the grace of God, even though as a philanthropist, he has been doing well for the people of Edo State, he has promised, and I know he will do it, that health facilities across the state will be properly taken care of. The age, especially those who are retirees in the state, will also be properly taken care of. And of course,
one is just wondering all these promises of free health, free education. One is wondering if they've been costed. Talk is cheap. When aspirants, I said talk is cheap. Have all these promises been costed? Because they won't come, they won't come free. Somebody would have to pay. How is he going to generate the money to deliver these promises?
Well, I need to quickly remind you that Anamero Dekeri grew from humble background. He is a businessman. He is an employer of labor. And today, somebody who grew his business from scratch, and today he is an international business empire just everywhere. So if Anamero could grow his business from the scratch as block molding merchant to becoming produce buyer and now an oil merchant in the international business, you can be rest assured that if given the opportunity, nominated and elected as governor of Edo State, he will do everything within his power to generate, resources to be able to embark on these promises that he has made. Of course, everywhere in the world, citizens pay taxes. When they pay taxes, they use the same taxes to impute on implementation on policies to be able to drive home all that is needed. Today in Edo State, we have arable land where agricultural produce are being produced. And Anamero also promised that if given the opportunity, nominated and elected as governor of Edo State, he will capitalize on that to embark on massive industrialization in terms of agriculture and others to be able to generate revenue. Again, there are other things that by the grace of God that the government of Anamero Dekeri will be able to tap into to bring out these taxes to raise and implement campaign promises.
Would you perchance know that the tax net in Edo State is one of the smallest in the South. The internally generated revenue of Edo State relative to some other states are not quite much. So I'm hearing you speaking to your principal using tax revenue, which is part of the internal generated revenue to deliver industrialization, mechanization of agriculture, free education, free health service. I think you guys need to sit down all over again and have a very tidy manifesto. Don't you think so? Hello? Are you there? Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we're back, we'll take it on from the next segment. I think, unfortunately, the telephone line or the bandwidth has not been quite favorable to the gentleman, and it's about time we moved on. Thank you. See you after break.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
The Nigerian army has taken responsibility for Sunday's airstrike that left many villagers killed and several others injured at Tudumbiri village in Kaduna State. This development was confirmed by Samuel Aruwan, the Kaduna State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, at the end of an emergency security meeting on Monday. The Kaduna State government convened an emergency security meeting chaired by Deputy Governor Dr. Hadiza Balarabe to discuss the incident. Let's take a listen.
In the meeting, which was presided by Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Dr. Hadiza Sabwa Balarabe, which had in attendance heads of security agencies, religious and traditional leaders. The Nigerian Army explained the circumstances which led to the unfortunate and unintended attack. The GOC 1 Division, Nigerian Army, Major General V.U. Okoro, explained that the Nigerian Army was on a routine mission against terrorists, but unfortunately, some members of the Tudumbiri community were affected. Search and rescue efforts are still ongoing, as dozens of have been evacuated to Barrow Diko Teaching Hospital by.
Joining us live is Roy Okidebe, security consultant. Roy, good to have you on Plus Politics.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Would you want to give us your understanding as a professional in the sector of what may have happened or what could have happened? Condolences, first of all, to members of family and co-villagers and indeed the government of Kaduna State. But can we get an explanation of what may have happened?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. And I cannot give an explanation for what has happened. I can give an analysis because the military has already come out to respond, and they have taken responsibility for the unfortunate calamity. But going from my experience as a military veteran, I have seen that the best and first thing to do is investigation. Now, I would like to draw our thoughts because I'm happy with the current Chief of Defense Staff with what he's doing so far for his strategic activities to upgrade intervention of insecurity parameters. I know that there are certain discussions that will be going on in different areas right now, and we need to look at a proper investigation. A proper investigation should and would carry us to different fora of understanding. Now, it is possible that we should be thinking of proper investigation into the cause of the calamity. If we have such happening, we must want to know, is it an accident, an innocent accident, or it was an intentional act? Then we also want to know, is it a careless act, or it was an unavoidable situation? So when you put all of those discussions inside of the military intelligence system, you will be able to know what happened, why it happened, and why it should not happen again.
In the first place, getting the military to even own up is a pleasant surprise to somebody like me. Ordinarily, plausible deniability would have been what one thought would have been the tradition of the military. But coming out to accept culpability, that does not discountenance the importance of the investigative committee that you are requesting for or suggesting. But to you, how does it sound that the military came out to own up for this? At least the army came out to own up for this even before an investigative panel or committee has been set up.
Like I told you earlier, I served in Kaduna from 1 Mechanized Infantry Division for about 9 years, from 1990 to 1999. And I was in the Combat Engineers Unit, Bomb Disposal Squad. And I know that in the course of going for my airborne course 794, I was opportuned to fly over the states and during our jumps, and the geographical spread of criminality and innocent citizens used to be very defined. Now you will know where criminals are, you will know where citizens are. And it was also possible then to be able to tell citizens to withdraw so that the military can come in and eliminate the criminals. Now, a lot of things happened in Nigeria that led to a breakdown of trust and understanding between the people and security agencies. So the people became spies for the criminals. The military themselves could not gain trust. The police could not gain trust and use these people as their open source intelligence method and channels, And this brought to the loo where the military need to covertly operate. And if you want to do that, you are scared of creating opportunities to have casualties. So all of these backlog are some of the things that could not come to the public, because the military could not openly reveal, because you don't know where the criminals have their network to penetrate your activities, like those ambushes that we have been seeing where soldiers are killed, So I believe that the government coming out to take ownership, and the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief of Army Staff and all those military gamuts coming to take ownership, is to create another line of trust and relationship building with the people. And I'm sure that this will increase the opportunities to rout out all the criminal elements in the state and identify their actual spots of hideouts so that the military operations will be decisive.
Now, we know that sometimes collateral damages or collateral calamities like these sometimes do happen. But whilst you were responding to the last question, you mentioned some very important intelligence assets. Women, as in Human Intelligence Element asset, and OSINT, open source intelligence that using telecoms and telecommunications equipment, basic phone messages. One wonders, unfortunately you have served in the military before. Do our military agencies also function as we have, we've read widely from their equivalents in other parts of the world?
If we look at the relationship between the military and opportunities for them to generate open source intelligence and human intelligence, you will understand that there must be a center of collaboration between the immigration services, the DSS, all other police special units, that deal with movement, information on movement of persons and persons of high interest, So you will see that these collaborations are very, very sensitive because if you remember the case of Wadume, where there was break of communication and the military and the police had an altercation that was bloody. If you remember, there are other cases too where military convoys are ambushed. So sensitivity of information exchange has grown so thick. And I want to tell you that use of technology should have been a strong advantage. But you remember recently where an airline that took off landed in a state where it was not its destination, and that happened in Nigeria. So definitely the use of intelligence via telecommunications, via information technology, via cyber operational activities is also possibly handicapped by our abilities in Nigeria for specific and our training curriculum abilities for our personnel. So these are so many challenges that may call into our use of the web space, our lack of opportunity to have our own cyber operational basis, our data control incapacity for now. All of those things we bottle up into handicapcy and vulnerabilities.
The military is always very, very concerned about protecting its personnel. And sometimes in the bid to do that, given what we have just portrayed now, in the backdrop of the sensitivity of information sharing and the fact that some elements of community sometimes serve as intelligence gathering agents for rebels and insurgents. Inevitably, in such an environment, mishaps like this. I'm choosing my words carefully because you can't explain away the fact that 30 human lives, innocent lives, have been lost. But inevitably, in the milieu of distrust, in the milieu of paranoia that one seems to have gleaned from your responses, it is almost inevitable that this kind of mishaps may happen again. How would you respond to that?
In operational environments, there are accidents. Now, the casualty rate for accidents is usually reduced if there was proper incident and accident investigation. So one challenge we have is our lack of closure, proper closure, and proper implementation of resolutions. Now we quickly start to raise committees. The committees, they go into investigation and they get a resolution. Now implementation becomes a problem. Now for peradventure, let's use this scenario for an example. Peradventure, it was a technology glitch. And the committee now find out that, oh, great, let me give you one good example. during the time of the Kaduna train abduction, the minister, Amechi, came on TV and he said that the train was asked to run without fully implementing security deterrence recommendation. You know, so when I saw that, I was pained because we are quick to launch Nigeria Air, we are quick to launch a railway project, we are quick to launch. We are not careful to implement safety and security measures. You know, that is why private security is not respected in Nigeria. If you look, right now we have the Association of Licensed Private Security in Nigeria. I'm a member, and I see the whole gamut of that association holding the egghead of private security in Nigeria. And so many of us consult internationally. I'm in Texas right now. I'm talking with so many people and we are consulting on security. But will my country take from it? So if you look at the expectations that we should have, the opportunities to deter future occurrences, then we must investigate this. We must investigate those that happened before. We must put in measures to reduce to the barest minimum possibilities of reoccurrence. Once we can have possibilities of reoccurrence reduced, then we can look at human failure. Then we can look at upgrading the curriculum and opportunities of exposure for our personnel. Then we can look at possibility of criminal intervention into the process and say, was it a terrorist attack? You know, so once we can dispel all of this, we put deterrence measures, implementation, then we will say that occurrence tomorrow is to the barest minimum.
You don't seem to be, you're very discreet about the way you're making the point, but any intelligent listener can glean from your remarks that you are not too optimistic that the right things are being done with a view to unraveling what may have been the cause or causes of this unfortunate mishap. And apart from that, one is sitting there thinking with defense, taking the larger chunk of budgets in recent times. In fact, the newly proposed budget, defense comes top. So are we just sometimes throwing lousy money at some of these things without the requisite cultural change, attitudinal change, knowledge change, operational change that are imperative for us to see a positive movement of the dial?
Let me appreciate you. I can see very well that you have the spirit of discernment, especially professional security spirit of discernment. Now, there are things that we cannot say on air, especially with our current level of training and liaison capabilities. But one thing is sure, I appreciate your last question. You know, the defense budget that we talk about, most times, if it is deployed towards procurement and equipment, it's also usually a failure. You know, because I used to tell people, if you come to America here now, you will see that the motivation of the troops, the welfare of the troops, and the other paraphernalias like health, education for their kids, accommodation, and the care for veterans when you exit, you know, those are the people that are going to hold the gun, going to fly the jet fighter, going to operate the drones, thinking about military. So if you look at your defense budget and you generate your priorities towards procurement, then you have already started to fail. Now, let me come back to where I want to agree with you that I was trying to cut off some things. Let me open up some areas. Now, if you look at why will a military operation have civilian casualties? Why? Because there is the possibility and the reality that the criminal elements being sought after live within the civilian entities. They operate, they hibernate, they cohabit, and if that is the case, do you deploy military? Because if you look at the NSA,
we have to go now.
Of Interior,
we really have to go. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Quite an interesting engagement. Looking forward to another opportunity with you. I think your intellectual persona, apart from your expertise, is very stimulating. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, throwback. Kitoye Ajasa. Sir Kitoye Ajasa was a notable first-generation UK-trained Nigerian lawyer of the late 19th century and colonial government-selected legislator who made significant contributions during the colonial period as the publisher of the Pioneer, one of the earliest newspapers in Nigeria. Known for his ultra-conservative and pro-colonial government views and advocacy for the adoption of European ideas and institutions for progress, Ajasa played a prominent role in the formation of the People's Union, the first organized political movement, not political party, organized political movement in Nigeria, and became the first Nigerian to be knighted. His career and influence left a lasting impact on Nigerian politics and society. Ajasa's conservative stance set him apart in a time of shifting ideologies and political turmoil. His close collaboration with the colonial authorities earned him both admiration and criticism. While some lauded his efforts to work within the system for positive change, others criticized him for being too closely aligned with the colonial powers. Despite this, Ajasa remained steadfast in his belief that embracing European ideas and structures was crucial for Nigeria's advancement. One of Ajasa's notable contributions was his founding of the Nigerian Pioneer, a conservative newspaper that provided a platform for his perspectives and ideas. Through this publication, he furthered his advocacy for embracing Western concepts and traditions, sparking debates and discussions amongst his contemporaries. His unwavering commitment to these principles, despite facing opposition, solidified his reputation as a staunch advocate for change through collaboration with the colonial powers. Within the People's Union, Ajasa's influence was felt deeply. His leadership and conservative views shaped the direction of the Union and contributed to its role in the broader political landscape of the time. He was a vocal proponent of engagement with the colonial authorities and sought to leverage this relationship to drive change and progress in Nigeria. This approach placed him at the center of many pivotal discussions and decisions that would ultimately shape the country's future. Despite his advocacy for embracing colonial institutions, Ajasa was not without detractors. Many of his contemporaries criticized his conservative leanings, viewing his alignment with the colonial powers as contradictory to the growing nationalist movement. This criticism, however, did lead to sway Ajasa from his convictions, and he continued to champion his vision for Nigeria's future. Ajasa's legacy extends beyond his political activities. His work and influence in the legal sphere also left a lasting mark. As a lawyer, he navigated a complex landscape of colonial laws and regulations, using his expertise to advocate his beliefs and principles. This dual role as both a politician and a legal expert positioned him as a pivotal figure in shaping the legal and political arenas of his time. Ultimately, Sir Kitoye Ajasa's impact on Nigerian history cannot be overstated. His unwavering belief in the need to adopt European ideas and structures, his role in shaping the People's Union, and his pioneering efforts in journalism all contributed to a complex and multifaceted legacy. While Ajasa's conservative stance may have drawn criticism, his influence and contributions to Nigerian society during the colonial period make him a figure worth studying and understanding in historical context. With the richness of hindsight and the mess which the so-called nationalists turned First and Second Republic's politicals, indeed contemporary politicians, have made of governance, can we say that Sir Akintoye Ajasa's anti-nationalism stance has been proven right? I am Bola Oba.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Research has it that working with your spouse has an impact on your personal relationship, as some couples believe that working and building a business together has made their personal relationship much stronger, deepening their trust, appreciation, and making both the business and marriage more successful. But the question is it healthy for couples to work together? Well, we're about finding out from this couple, Andrea and Collins Teke, who do not only have the same career, but also work in the same organization and as well share office space.
This is how these two on-air personalities resume their dream career jobs together every day. Collins and Andrea Teke were renowned individual broadcasters before they fell in love and got married. Not a few people think that relationships are hard enough to deal with on their own, and when you throw working together into the mix, it can get even trickier. One interesting thing about the Tekes is how seamless the couple anchors the same show together, a first of its kind in Nigerian radio.
Lagos, Nigeria, we want to know how you're doing this morning. What is going on around your area? We want you to tell us and also scream, "What's up, Lagos?" Yes! Yes! Cheers to life!
They didn't always work together. Collins used to run a production studio, and it was at work that he met Andrea.
I needed a female voice. The client demanded for a specific female voice that sounded a certain way. And explained it to one of my, staff or team members at the time. And he said, "No, I know this lady. This lady is, she has a great voice. She's fantastic. She's beautiful." So, the boss, you even like the babe self, that kind of thing. And I said, "Okay, let's hear." Before you know it, there was a phone call. Before you know it, and then, bam, it was timely. She came into the studio working. She just stole the presence of the room, And I couldn't do anything. I didn't have anything in mind because at the time I was in another relationship.
What happens at home? Does Andrea take up the role of a traditional African wife and mom?
I'm blessed to have him. I'm not sure that I'll be able to meet up. I'm not sure that I would be able to meet up if he has not been the way he has been, that is being super supportive. I wake up in the morning and the first thing is to take care of my baby because we have a son together. The first thing is to take care of him, have his bath, prepare his meal, cook and, clean. have my own bath, prepare, and then we come to work. But the good thing is, he takes up the responsibility of bathing this boy in the morning. So he takes that off my duty, so to speak. Sometimes I do it while he cleans or dresses him up, and then I face the kitchen. So we share that responsibility. It's more like sharing the responsibility at home and also sharing the responsibility at work. So it makes it easy for me.
You know, it's a situation of we are going to work together.
Yeah.
We have to leave at the same time. We
And
meet
get
at
to
the
the
same
office
time.
on
Get
time.
on time, and then do our show. We have to prep afterwards, do everything together. So I can't go back home and start saying, "Where's my food? Where's my food from where?" You understand? So we plan it together, and I think that pushed me to also, you know, rise to the occasion, which is something I would encourage, especially couples, whether or not you're working together, to rise to the occasion when your woman needs it the most.
Spending time together may be good for their relationship, but this couple also faces challenges, especially in maintaining their individual identities.
People will call on the show and say, "Hey, Collins, tell your wife." And the wife is right there. You know, they call and they greet him first before they greet me. Some don't even greet me. Some don't even regard that I am on the show with him. So it dealt with me when we started initially, dealt with me mentally, dealt with me emotionally, because it felt like I am there, but still not there. Because, you know, it took a while for people to recognize my presence, because at the end of the day, you are his wife. You are supposed to calm down when he's talking. You're supposed to be quiet when he's talking. And, you know, this is my job. I was a broadcaster before I got married to him. And so it is my job first. And that's what people took a while to embrace. It's still something I'm dealing with, and I think that people would gradually get used to it. There are no days that we don't have, times where we quarrel, times where he's on a different cloud, I'm on a different cloud, and we have to come on the radio and talk and make Lagos happy.
And do it. Kick a show.
You know? And make Lagos happy. So it's actually challenging where you have to let the world know that you're dealing with something and come on the air and be beautiful and be excited. We sometimes forget that we're having any issue, or there's a quarrel, or there's a misunderstanding, or there's one problem to deal with right on the show. And after the show, we're out, we're giving ourselves, "Oh, that was a great show."
I don't realize, but we're fighting. People tend to just make what they make out of the situation. So whatever you present is what you get. So before you know it, your individual brand starts sinking in the joint brand.
Sharing an office space requires this couple having as little time away from each other as possible, as nerves may become frayed.
We have to create the fun.
Exactly what I was going to say.
And make it a fun-filled. That's what we do.
That's what I hear. We create our fun.
Go somewhere
when we're
alone.
Tensed, right, with everything happening. We call it decluttering. We probably go to the beach side, nobody with us, just the both of us, no phones, nothing. And we are sitting, discussing what is going on in our lives as individuals and also as a couple. We just declutter. What I have been having in my mind that is building up to a resentment, I tell it to him. He also tells me we find a way to trash it out.
And it's a no judgment zone.
Yeah, we try not to judge each other. We just say the way it is.
A number of private organizations don't allow their staff get romantically linked. Collins shares his view about this.
It's a world that is changing from what it used to be, making laws just because you want to make laws, but doing it for the best interest, in the best interest of those involved. So it's a question of, the interest of those involved. I don't think it changes anything. If anything, couples working together has proven, at least in our own case, that it promotes bonding. It also promotes, in fact, I've been a better broadcaster, from the moment she joined me on radio, and even the listener could notice that. I've been a better person, individual, even at work, behaving myself, not doing anything. Because my family is here, I can't go around investing around, even if I'm that crazy guy, I have to, So the benefits are countless. So if, I don't know what the fears are, but I think I want to talked to organizations who have such policies. I think they should review it and, you know, give people the chance. I mean, there's nothing wrong for people to be in love and work together.
That's right. I agree with him.
The couple have advice for couples willing to work and build business together.
Once you can create a great atmosphere when you're together, when no one is looking at you, when there's no camera like this one, I'm sure you can replicate that easily when there's a camera. So, but if you do not have that great life and then you want to fake it in front of people and come in and say, oh, everything is fine, hey, you know, it's a matter of time. The toxicity that's involved in it would show, and then it would affect the work.
The work, yeah.
So it all depends on the couple.
There would be challenges. There are things that you would experience that will make you feel like, no, I can't go on anymore. That's just the way marriage is. There are tough times that will make you feel like, yo, I cannot continue this. It's going to happen even with the business. But if you take it the way you take your marriage and say, regardless of this turbulence, regardless of the challenges, it has to work. We have to get it done. When you have that mentality, trust me, it might just come out beautiful.
From the office of the Tekes, we head to the home of another interesting couple that has been into automobile mechanics for many years. Wale and Taya Oshikoya have been married for 10 years and working together in repairing vehicles. This home doubles as one of their workshops in Lagos. Marrying Wale was a dream come true for Tayo.
This work started through my husband. Even when we were during courtship, he has been on the field. I was not on the field, but I love the job. So after we get married, I have to join him so that we can work in together, because it's what I've been willing to do for long. And I just love that job. I just love it because when I was small, it's my dad's field. So I used to assist my dad when I was in primary, secondary school. So to God be the glory, after my school and everything, getting married, God now gave me someone that I love and the field I love most.
Meet my wife, we married together, and I have to tell my wife that this is the kind of work that I'm doing. And I somebody that I love so much, and she loved the work. So when I say, well, I have to tell him to go and quit where he's working before. There's one company that she's working and is managing the company, and she agreed with me. She surrendered. She said, okay, she quit from there, and we'll join the work together. And thank God for now.
The home of Oshikoyas is well managed, according to a lady mechanic, as Tayo is called.
My work did not disturb my home at all. Even we stay behind, maybe we close very late. My husband will tell me very early that you go home, children are home, they are off from school, go home. Then I'll come home, my husband will be doing the job. By the second day, early in the morning, we will go to balance up the job.
You say, Wale, I say, ma, I say, this business, you have to go more forward now. I said, like how? You introduced me to